Testing. Testing. Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so today is Friday, the 30th of May, 2025. Time is 16:24. Continuing the human campaign and beyond the dark portal. Post. There we go. Door closed. Okay. Game. Human 2. Oh, wonder who that is. I need more coffee. Right, so I'm not sure which level this is. See, on my piece of paper, I've scribbled out 5 levels, so this is either level 5 or level 6 of 12. Okay. It is a good day today on screen. Okay, so you have to build 3 shipyards and destroy all orcish shipyards.
Your orders?
So, We're not in the normal world. We're in the worlds where the orcs came from.
Your command. At once, sire.
Sire,
So
we move.
like,
My sovereign?
Yes.
Your
beyond the dark
command.
portal.
Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. At once, sire.
Oh yeah, that's right. So I found manuals. So I'll have to
Yes. Yes, my lord.
use some of them.
As you wish.
So I'll finish the human campaign, and then read
At once,
the
sire.
manuals for
At once, sire. As you wish.
or maybe I'll finish both the human and orc campaign, and then at the very end, I'll read the manuals for both
Yes.
WarCraft 1 and WarCraft 2.
At once, sire.
So they basically give like a little
Yes.
story and build up what's happening.
Yes. Yes. As you wish. As you wish. Yes. Yes. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes. At once, sire. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord.
Okay. Go.
Hello. All right. Hello. Okay.
Here.
Me lord. Righto.
Actually, we'll just leave that one there.
Yes.
Okay, so we need Town Hall.
All right. Your command. At once, sire.
Okay, you guys are Team 1.
Hello. Righto. Hello.
For another one.
Yes, me lord.
So just have to build 3 shipyards and then destroy all Orcish shipyards. So I don't have to take over everything, I just have to destroy the shipyards. And I've already destroyed 1, so let's see, we've got 1, 2,
Job's done.
3.
What is it? What is it? Okay.
Gold.
Yes. Righto. Job's done. Yes. Okay. Hello. Righto. What is it?
Where should I build the houses? I think I should build the strategy buildings down here, and then have the houses up here, and have a tower there. Because if they were to attack this, then they have to go through that gap there, or else go around this way. So a guard tower there, maybe two, and then two on that side.
Yes, me lord. Yes.
So we need to start building houses. So what made me think about the manuals is I was installing the StarCraft games because I was planning to do the StarCraft games later. But then I thought, you know what, since they're kind of the same thing, might as well play them after WarCraft 3. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. So, yeah. I heard the TV in the living room on the other side of the house, and it was really loud. So, had to meet the Meg and make sure the doors were closed so that the sound was minimized so that the stream doesn't get muted for copyright reasons. Okay, so as I was saying, I was thinking of doing the Command and Conquer series after Warcraft, but then I thought, you know what, may as well do StarCraft 1 and 2 after Warcraft 3, because they're pretty much the same type of game, except for, they're set in space. And then I remembered that, I have the physical games here, which came with the manuals, and the manuals added had like an extra like story and thing to it. So the manuals had like a little fictional story created to have like some history and in StarCraft and human history, Zerg history, Protoss history, and then I thought, you know what, I should read those before starting each game. And then I thought about Warcraft, which I was already doing, and I thought, you know what, I should find the manuals for those games and read them too. So yeah, I think I'll do that at some point. Not now because I'm in already in the middle of a campaign. So maybe Yeah, maybe after the human campaign, I'll read the manuals for the first two games, and the Dark Portal as well, um, and then when I start Warcraft 3, I'll read the manual for that, and then once that's done, we'll do StarCraft, and then StarCraft 2, and yeah. So the past few days I was like installing those games in advance, um, and then I was installing the Command and Conquer games as well in advance. Um, so we need to support houses to support 15, and each house supports up to 4. So that means we need 4 houses, because 4 times 4 is 16.
What is it? Yes? Alright.
Okay, so why do I keep calling them houses? They're farms.
Righto.
So I need more peasants, and I need more forces.
My lord, as you wish. As you wish.
Job's done.
At once, yes, sire. My lord. At once, sire. Yes. Yes.
Me lord. Alright. Job's done.
Your command. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes, my lord.
What is it? Righto.
Looks like there's nothing really in that corner. Maybe I could put my camera on and have it in that section there.
Job's done. Yes? Yes, me lord.
Oh, but then I've got the chat over on that side too. Oh well, alright, okay, so that shows the build menu.
Job's done.
Okay. 16. Ah, great. Fantastic. Works. So it comes up in the bottom right corner there instead of the bottom left. Let's see. Don't move the game. Okay, remove, add. Nope, not that one. Yep. Ah, there we go. That's much better. And then I don't know how. Don't want to make it too big, but not too small either. You know. So by that size is good. We'll set that over in that corner. So there we've got the chat down in the bottom right, the camera in the top right, and then the data on the left side and along the top. And yep, looks good, I think. Okay. See, does the camera look centered enough? That's good. Let's check this one more time. Okay, good. Fantastic.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, me lord.
Yes, me lord. I know that noise.
Yes, sire. Yes, my lord.
Check.
Yes. As you wish, as you wish. At once, sire.
Job's done. Yes.
Fantastic.
Okay.
We'll start again. Peasants.
Ready to serve.
Should leave these trees alone. Should probably leave these trees alone as well.
Job's done. Okay.
Okay. So,
Righto. Ready to serve. Yes. Ready to serve. Job's done. Me lord. Righto. What is it? Ready to serve. Hello. Yes, me lord. Yes. Yes, me lord.
yes, that's 4 in the mines. And we'll have 2 chopping.
Ready to serve. Me lord. Yes, me lord. Hello. Ready to serve. Hello. Me lord. Righto. Okay. Yes, me lord. Hello. Me lord. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Me lord. Righto.
Yes? At once, sire. Yes. Yes.
Ready to serve. Yes. Righto.
That's 4 in the mines.
Hello. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. What is it? Righto.
Chopping. One builder. One builder here. One builder here. Perfect.
Ready to serve. Job's done. What is it? Alright. Hello.
So we need a lumber mill.
Okay. Righto. Yes, me lord. Okay. Job's done.
He's like, we need more chopping.
Ready to serve. Okay. Ready to serve. What is it? Righto. Righto. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Me lord? Okay. Job's done. Me lord? All right. Yes, me lord.
And hell with it. We'll have more chopping.
Job's done. Ready to serve. Ready to serve. Yes. Okay. What is it? Yes, me lord.
Work completed.
What is it? Yes, me lord.
That's
Hello.
more like it.
Righto. Job's done. Yes. All right.
Work completed.
Job's done. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Job's done. Hello. Righto. Okay.
On this side too.
Okay.
So two here, and then two over here.
Job's done. Yes. Okay. Job's done.
Damn it.
All right.
Yes, as you wish.
Job's done. Yes. Righto.
My lord? Yes, my lord. At once, sire.
Yes. Job's done. What is it? What is
All
it?
right.
Hello. Okay. Yes. All right. Hello. Righto. Righto. Hello. All right. Yes. Yes, me lord. Hello. Yes, me lord. Hello. Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. What is it? Righto. All right. Yes. Righto. Yes, me lord. What is it? Hello. Okay. What is it? Yes, me lord. Job's done. Hello. Alright. Job's done. What is it? Okay. Alright. Job's done. Job's done. What is it? Alright. Yes? Righto. Job's done. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Job's done. What is it? Job's done. Righto. Yes, me lord. Yes? Okay. Job's done. Me lord. Righto. Okay. Job's done.
Excellent.
Hello.
Shipyard number 1.
Yes, me lord. Job's done. What is it? Okay.
Work completed.
Job's done.
Show them.
What is it? Okay.
Okay, another barracks.
Righto.
Good to have 2 barrackses.
Captain on the bridge.
Job's done.
Skipper.
Yes.
Okay, built everything here. Build all those too.
Work completed.
50 should be good.
Yes, me lord. Job's done.
Work completed. Captain on the bridge. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, aye, sir.
Skipper. Aye, aye, sir. Work completed. Captain on the bridge. Set sail. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Captain on the bridge. Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Work completed. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Captain on the bridge.
Righto.
Skipper? Aye, aye, sir. Captain on the bridge.
Yes? Okay. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Okay.
Set sail.
Job's done.
Captain on the bridge.
Hello. Righto.
Work completed. Set sail. Skipper? Set sail. Your orders? At once, sire. As you wish. Skipper? Aye, Captain. Underway. Set sail. Underway. Set sail. Aye, Captain.
Job's done. Yes? Alright. Okay.
Work completed. Work
What is
completed.
it?
Work completed.
Job's done.
Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain on the bridge. Work completed. Set sail. Underway. Work completed. Skipper? Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Work completed.
Hello. Alright.
Skipper? Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Skipper? Aye, Captain.
Me lord. Okay.
At your service. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. We are underway. Aye, aye, sir.
Completed.
Underway. Underway.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Underway. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. We are under attack. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. 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 Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir.
What is it? Okay. Yes? Righto.
I got a flying machine!
We are under attack. Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Job's done.
Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Underway.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, 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 sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Victory.
Curdrin, Griffin Rider of Northeron, has returned from his patrol with vital news.
Level
He has
6.
located the hidden fortress of Auchindoun and the battlements that serve as stronghold to the Bleeding Hollow clan. Alaria's rangers also report that they have seen a massive force moving towards the north and suspect that these troops are staging for another attack upon Azeroth. Although the Orcish army is too large for your forces to battle alone, you may be able to launch a raid against Auchindoun. Should your strike succeed, you would force their army to retreat, or be cut off and destroyed. Raise the fortress of Auchindoun and retreat before their forces can rally against you.
Level 6. The Fall of Auchindoun. Curdran, Griffin Rider of Northeron, has returned from his patrol with vital news. He has located the hidden fortress of Auchindoun and the battlements that serve as stronghold to the Bleeding Hollow clan. Alaria's rangers also report that they have seen a massive force moving towards the north and suspect that these troops are staging for another attack upon Azeroth. Although the Orcish army is too large for your forces to battle alone, you may be able to launch a raid against Auchindoun. Should your strike succeed, you would force their army to retreat or be cut off and destroyed. Raise the fortress of Auchindoun and retreat before their forces can rally against you. Objectives: Orleon and Danath must return to the Circle of Power after destroying the Bleeding Hollow Orange. So we're on level 6 of 12 here. Save.
Command me. For Lothar, of course, my king.
It is a good day today. On screen.
Command me. For Lothar.
So these guys are most important.
For Lothar.
Keep them out of the way there. Right. So these guys have to make it to the orange base. Okay, so these two must return to the Circle of Power after destroying the Bleeding Hollow. So we just have to destroy those oranges over there. And I'm not even sure if they even need to be over there to begin with. Let's see. Can't head that way. There's not much room here. So it looks like we'll have to take over some land there. Maybe take over this side here. And then try and get over there. Take over there. There's plenty of land there to build. There's not much space here. So yeah, that red area is more ideal.
Skipper?
Yes, right now. What ho? We move.
Yes? As you wish. Yes. At your service, once, sire. Set sail. Set sail.
Yes? Okay. Yes, me lord. All right.
Orders, sire. Skipper? Aye, Captain. Underway.
Okay, so let's pause it a second because I forgot to do my Duolingo for today. So Okay, Duolingo all done. You know what? I think I'll go and make a cup of coffee. Okay, there we go. Level 6. BRB. back. Got my coffee. Should get a packet of biscuits or something. Oh, that's right. I'm back. Right. Now for the rest.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Skipper. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
Set sail. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Skipper. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Your command, my lord. As you wish. Yes. As you wish. Yes. As you wish. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Skipper. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir.
Sire, defending your honor at your service. In your name. Me lord. Righto. Yes. Righto.
Yes.
Team 1.
Yes. At once, sire. At once, sire. At once, sire. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes. At once, sire. Yes. Yes. As you wish. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes. At once, sire. Yes. As you wish. Yes.
Units are defeated.
At once, sire.
Okay, now you guys
Yes.
can move in.
Okay. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Okay. What is it? Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord.
Command me. A noble quest. A noble
Job
quest.
done.
For Lothar.
Job's done.
A noble quest.
Job's done.
Of course, my king. Orders, sire. Orders,
Job
Sire
done.
Lothar.
Yes? Yes, me lord, yes? Righto. What is it? Okay. Okay. Hello. Okay.
Sounds like enough easier.
Job's done.
Do you want to continue where you left off? TV plugged in. Do you want to continue your Oblivion or play a different game or not? Just grab a controller, hit the button, and want to download a game? What's it called? Siege. Never heard of it. Looks like Fortnite. Fortnite's already installed on it. What? First you go to the cog network and then settings, setup. Yeah, so it always switches to the slow one, so you have to make sure it's set to the fast one. That way there's less lag, you see. Do you know how to spell it? There you go, it's at the top there. No, that's a different game. Don't download that. It's not. That's Rainbow Six, it says. Oh, right. Go ahead then. Yep. You can play that Oblivion and advance it until it's ready. Yeah. So it won't be any lag. That's the soundtrack you went into. Yeah, the game is the. Uh, there you go. Right.
Command me. A noble quest. Of course, my king.
What is
Alright.
Okay, I need more farms.
it? Yes, me lord.
I hope it doesn't interfere with this here.
Job's done. Yes. Okay.
Alright.
You're just you're at the. Hold on a second. I'll just pause that.
Job's done.
Minimum ready and then until it's like fully installed. Yeah, that's going to the demo part. But well, that's going to slow down the. I'll pause it. Well, that's connection a lot. Yeah. As soon as I finish streaming, I'll have it installed for you, and it'll be done, ready for next time. So I last time you played that, you start off in the prison, and you skip the jail. You got to went on Priory and talk to the monk, and then you had to go to the town of Kavach. So that's where you are now. So I do careful not to hit anyone. So you have to go follow the road up and talk to the guard. Uh, well, there's no point because what you're expecting to do is you're expecting to go online and play with people and all, or play the main game. It won't let you do that. It'll only let you play like one level over and over again. It's not half the game. Oh, you have the game. Well, I'll have it installed for you for next time. It'd be different if the download time was, was actually like 20 minutes because like you're not going to be here for 2 hours, are you? You'll be going for your curry soon, and then or for your Chinese, and then when you come back, you'll eat it. Maybe you'll hang about for a few minutes, and then you'll be gone. So by the time it installs, you'll be gone and all. So and what's the minimum installation is whenever that's ready, you can go into the game, but it's not like you can play it the whole game. There's only like a wee demo area most of the time that you can play, and you'll probably get bored of that real quick, because you'd only be able to do that like little part over and over again. Do you understand? Okay. Okay.
Me lord. Yes, me lord.
This is
Job's done. Yes. Righto. Ready to serve. Hello. Righto. Job's done. Ready to serve. Lord. Okay. What is it? Okay. Righto. Ready to serve. Yes. Alright. Job's done. Ready to serve. What is it? Righto. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Righto. Job's done. Me lord? Hello. Righto. Alright.
Set sail? Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Job's done.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Yes? Okay.
Your command? Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. Your orders? Yes. At once, sire. Aye, Captain. Work
Skipper?
completed. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Set sail? Aye, aye, sir. Skipper? Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway.
Gul'dan.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Set aye, sail. Aye, sir. Set sail. Underway. Yes, sire. Yes, my lord. At once, sire.
Out in the bin. Don't throw it down the side of the bed.
Yes, my lord. As you wish.
I am at your service. For Lothar.
Your command? At once, sire. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. Your command? As you wish. Yes.
Alright, cheerio.
Yes, my lord. Yes. At once, sire. As you wish. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. Yes. Yes. As you wish. Yes. As you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. At once, sire. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes. As you wish. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Me lord. Righto. Alright. Me lord. Righto. Righto.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Ready to serve.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Yes? Okay. Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Yes, me lord. Job's done.
Okay, I'm back. Headset on.
Hello. Alright. Alright. Me lord. Righto.
Your command? Yes. Set sail? Aye, aye, sir.
Job's done. Me lord. Righto. Alright. Alright. Job's done. Hello. Okay. Job's done. Ready to serve.
Work completed.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve, me lord. Righto. Job's done. What is it? Okay. Ready to serve. What is it? Yes, me lord. Job's done. Hello. Ready to serve. Alright.
Work
What
completed.
is it? Alright. Alright. Job's done. Hello. Ready to serve. Alright. Hello. Righto. Ready to serve, Lord. Alright. Job's done. What is it? Righto. Ready to serve. What is it? Okay. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve.
Work
Job's
completed,
done.
Lord.
Righto. Yes, me lord. Alright. Hello. Yes, me lord.
Work completed.
Job's done.
Aye, sir. Skipper, work completed. Aye, sir.
Job's done. Me lord. Yes, me lord.
Work
Hello.
completed. Work completed.
Alright. Job's done. What is it? Yes, me lord.
Work completed.
Righto. Job's done. Yes. Righto. Job's done.
Work completed. completed.
What is it?
Work completed.
Me lord?
Captain on the bridge.
Okay. Job's done. Yes? Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Job's done.
Captain on the bridge. Skipper. Set sail. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Set sail.
Job's done. What is it? Okay. Me lord? Alright. Job's done.
We are under attack. Work completed. We are under attack.
Yes? Okay.
We are under attack.
What is it? Righto. What is it? Yes, me lord. Me lord? Yes, me lord. Alright. Yes? Okay. Okay. What is it? Job's done. Me lord. Righto. Alright. Yes? Okay.
Captain on the bridge.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain.
What is it? Okay. Alright. Job's done. Job's done. Yes? Yes, me lord. Righto.
Work completed.
Righto. Job's done. Righto. Yes? Alright.
Work completed. Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye,
Work
sir. Completed.
Hello. Yes, me lord. Hello.
We are
Job's
under
done.
attack.
Yes, yes, me lord. Righto.
Work completed.
Job's done. Me lord. Righto. Yes, me lord. Okay. Job's done. Yes? Job's done. Yes, me lord.
Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain.
Une mare valema tus. Deo gratias.
Job's done. Yes? Okay. What is it?
Work completed.
Yes, me lord.
Your orders?
Yes.
Yes.
Job's
Set
done.
sail. Set sail. Set sail.
Une mare valema tus. Deo gratias.
Yes?
Ready to serve, my lord.
Okay. What is it?
Work completed.
Alright. Me lord? Okay. Me lord? Righto.
Une mare valema tus.
Your Majesty, defending your honor.
Work completed.
What is it?
Work completed.
Une mare valema tus.
Ready to serve, my lord.
Une mare valema tus.
Work completed.
Your Majesty, for the king.
Une mare valema tus.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, Work sir. completed. Underway. At your service. As you wish.
Sire,
Work completed.
Your Majesty.
Work completed.
in your name. For the king. In your defending your honor. In your name, for the king. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. For the defending your honor. In your name. Defending your honor. In your name. In your name. We move. We move. We move. Defending your honor. We move. We move. We move. Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. We move. For the king. For the king. We move. We move. For the king. Defending your honor in your name. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. For the king. For the king. For the king. For the king. In your name. Defending your honor. In your name. We move. In your name. Defending your honor. In your name. In your name. For the king. In your name. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. For the king. In your name. In your name. Defending your honor. For the king. Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. In your name. In your name. Defending your honor. For the king. For the king. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. In your name. For the king. We move. Defending your honor. In your name. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. For the king. Orders, sire. For Lothar.
Need something? Follow me.
I am at your service.
Oh, Act 3. War in the Shadows.
The arcane powers that surround the blazing ruins of Auchindoun have made urgent the summoning of Khadgar to the lands of the Orcs. The destruction of the Bleeding Hollow clan was not without great price, however, for both Kurdran and his Mount Skyri were captured by the Horde. While examining the remains of the great fortress, the Archwizard has learned not only the location of the Book of Medivh, but also that another artifact is needed for Ner'zhul's plans to reach fruition, the Skull of Gul'dan. Khadgar believes it will be possible to destroy the portal and permanently seal the rift created by Medivh if he can acquire these artifacts. A great mountain isle lies to the northeast, atop which the black dragon Deathwing dwells. The Skull of Gul'dan lies within his lair. Alleria and Khadgar have agreed to aid you in stealing away the skull and, if possible, destroy the great dragon. It is rumored that Orcish tribes live on this island and offer captives from the Great War as sacrifices to Deathwing. If you can rescue them, they may know of some weakness in the creature.
Okay then. Objectives: destroy Deathwing and his lair. Khadgar, Alleria, and Kurdran must survive. Oh yeah, I suppose I should read the thing. Because after reading the manuals, it tells you which groups are which. So I should write those down, so we know which clans we're playing as on screen. Okay, so I was gonna read the manuals like after the human campaign, but might as well do them now. I'll just save here, and then maybe return to the menu. Yeah. Right. Let's see, where was that? Back to the start for that one. Back to the start for that one. And back to the start for that one. And before I begin, I'll go pee. Okay, I'm back. Right. So the manuals. So this is the first manual. There's 3 manuals. There's the Warcraft 1 manual, the Warcraft 2 manual, and then there's the Beyond the Dark Portal one. So I'll read all 3. I was going to wait till after the human campaign of Beyond the Dark Portal before reading them, but then I remembered that each color represents a different, faction within the humans and the orcs. So I might as well read them and then write down, the colors of each. Okay, so this is on Internet Archive, archive.org/detailed/Warcraft underscore I underscore dash underscore manual underscore dash underscore PC/mode/2UP. Okay, so first page says at the top http://www.replacementdocs.com. Right, so Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. Warcraft has 2 manuals, one for humans and the other for orcs. To view either, simply click on the buttons below, humans or orcs. But I'll just click next page. Important, there are some changes to these manuals that you should be aware of. First, the loading instructions within these documents are for an Apple Macintosh installation. Don't worry, the rules for the game are the same. Josh? Oh, want a game on? Yep, just hit the PS button. There's music. Oh, yeah, sorry, can't set that there. That book is fragile. I've had that for like almost 20 years. Here, set it over there. Just be very careful. Yeah, like last week, my raid ripped this by accident, like just a little bit, but yeah, she didn't mean to, but it's just because that book was really really old. And there you can see the tear right there, first page. You won't be playing it online, will you? Good. Alright, don't play it. If you're going to play it offline, because if you play it online, it'll weaken the connection. I hit the PS button and then go to the downloads and pause all them. And you might want to go to the cog. I would just go to the cog and set it to the faster one. Settings. Yep. Plan 2. Yep. There you go. Go back to that now. Okay. So I won't bother reading the like installation and stuff like that. I'll just read like the story. So next page. So page 2 and 3 has the same thing. So it says Warcraft, and then there's a symbol for the humans, which is a circle. a large circle with another circle in the middle, and there's like a Viking style helmet, and like a sword going through the circle and the helmet, and it says humans. Okay, next page. So next page is the table of contents. So, copyright 1994 to 1995 by Blizzard Entertainment. The software and the manual are copyrighted. All rights reserved. They may not in whole or part be copied, photocopied, reproduced, translated, or reduced to any electronic medium or machine-readable form without prior consent in writing from Blizzard Entertainment. And then there's their address, Blizzard Entertainment, P.O. Box 18077, Irvine, California 92713. And then they've got a phone number, fax number. Fax number. I don't think they have a fax machine anymore. Yeah. Do people have fax machines anymore? Do you know what a fax machine is? Yeah, exactly. So, before people used email in the 20th century, you could send documents to people by phone, and there'd be this machine, and it would send. It kind of looks like a printer, but there's like a phone number on it. Well, there's a series of numbers, and you can type in the numbers and send a document to someone. Yeah, so basically, if you wanted to send them like an electronic letter, you could send them a fax. Technical support, Blizzard IceNet. And then sales. Hey, turn it down. Keep the music off, please. Because I don't want the stream muted. Right, so table of contents, page 1 is system requirements, getting started and installation. Page 2 is troubleshooting. Page 4 is technical support and online support services. Page 5 is tutorial. Page 15 is game options and hotkeys. Page 17 is Chronicles of Azeroth. That's what we're looking for. 21 is unit descriptions. 24 is cleric spells. 25 is conjurer spells. 27 is building descriptions. 31 is monster descriptions. 35 is credits. 36 is notice. And center of the book is the map of Azeroth. Okay, next page. Getting started, blah, blah, blah. System requirements, installation, system extras, troubleshooting. Next page. 2-player WarCraft IPX connections before you call for technical support, blah, blah, blah. Online support services, additional support services, customer support. Next page. Tutorial, installation, starting the game, starting a new game, command screen, resources, info text, unit description, minimap, command map, show menu, establishing your settlement, training peasants, construction of buildings. Next page, exploration and harvesting. Next page, viewing the maps, combat and options. Next page, repairing damaged buildings and grouping units. Next page, game options. Next page, Chronicles of the War in Azeroth. Here we go. This is why we're reading this. Okay, a treatise of the events leading to the war between mankind and the Orcus hordes, as written by Sir Lothar, Knight of the Realm. Chronicles of the War in Azeroth. So this is like a build-up to the first game. I am Sir Lothar, armsman to the Brotherhood of the Horse, and a warrior in the King's service. I feel it necessary to inform you of the events that have led us to this time of conflict. The tale of our battle with the orcs begins some 40 years in the past. I tell you of these things so that you might glean some understanding of our plight and gain insight into our enemy. As a student of history and battle, I have found that only through understanding the past can we make well thought decisions for the future. Year 559. All has been peaceful for many generations, and the reign of King Rin III is a prosperous one. The constant bickering and infighting that marred the rules of former kings has no place in the court of Rin. The child sorcerer Medivh is born of a coupling between the court conjurer and a mysterious traveler. After the child is born, the woman disappears, and the baby is taken into the court as a ward of the kingdom. 564. The child prince Lane is born to King Rin and Lady Varya. This is their first and only offspring, but the birth of a son marks the continuation of their line. It is a grand day in the kingdom that is celebrated by great feasts and tournaments. King Rin proclaims the day to be a time for festival for the duration of his rule, and to mark the occasion, gives each citizen of Azeroth 1 gold sovereign. You know what? I need a glass of water before continuing. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got some water. Right, so where was I? 571. The marking of the age of ascension from childhood to adulthood is one of great anticipation for both parent and youth. Medivh attains that time and is expected to be given the title as apprentice conjurer to the court. Good. It's on. Testing? Okay, great. Had to run a wee test there, Con. On the eve of this occasion, the boy's sleep was troubled by dark dreams of figures giving chase through deep chasms. Waking in a cold sweat, Medivh makes his way to the bedchamber of his father. As the conjurer reaches out to touch his favoured brow, a burning fire ignites in the child's eyes. This backlash of power must have reached as far as Northshire Abbey, for within the hour over 100 clerics arrived at the castle. Only by combining their abilities with the powers of the conjurer were 100 enough to contain Medivh. As magic's unimagined poured forth from him, the boy screamed in unholy pain at the energies that were channeling through him. Hours passed, perhaps even days, for time seemed to stand still as the onslaught grew in fury. Then, as simply as one snuffs a candle, both father and son crumpled in a heap. The conjurer lay dead, drained of all life, and Medivh fell into deep sleep, his heart barely beating, and only the faintest of breath escaping his lips. After long discussion, the king and the abbot of Northshire agree that Medivh should be taken to the abbey for the safety of both child and kingdom. 577. Lane reaches his age of ascension, and the full station of Prince of Azeroth is bestowed upon him. At this ceremony, tens of thousands of devoted subjects come to offer their wishes of support and long life. During the evening feast with family and those close to the crown, a cold wind began to chill the air. A gentle breeze at first, it grew in intensity until the doors to the great hall were blown off of their hinges. As the guests leaned into the wind, a figure entered, riding the winds like some great bird of prey. The torches set about the great hall ignited with blue flame, and the visage of Medivh was revealed. As he sat down in front of the king's table, the guard sprang to their feet. A mere pass of his hand kept them motionless, frozen in their places. The sorcerer, now a man, explained that his years of sleep had ended. The years of constant tending from the clerics of Northshire Abbey enabled him to gain control over his powers. When his spirit and body became attuned, he awakened himself and set out to Stormwind Keep at once. Medivh explained that he had come to repay the court for the kindness it had shown to him while he was in their keeping, and to acknowledge the occasion of the ascension ceremony for Prince Lane. From within his flowing cloak, he produced an hourglass crafted of deepest obsidian, with sands as white as undriven snow. The young prince looked closely, but although the sand seemed to constantly sift from top to bottom, the lower half never filled, and the top never emptied. Medivh claimed that these sands represented the people of the kingdom, and so long as the glass never emptied, the reign of King Rin would not fail. 583. 6 years passed, and the land slowly grew sick. Crops began failing in the richest soils of the kingdom. Children were stricken ill and never fully recovered. Even the moods of the subjects of Azeroth seemed dark. The weather would become unseasonably cold during the harvest, and the summer sun scorched the earth and made working out of the shade almost unbearable. Neither cleric nor conjurer could fathom what could be the cause of this change in the lands. More and more people became disheartened, and what once would have been what would have been looked over now caused bitter argument. During a bleak morning, Prince Lane rushed to his father's side carrying the hourglass. During the night, the sands had run down from the top and it was never emptied. King Rin took a glass into his hands and a chill ran through the very core of his being. As the last sands trickled to the bottom of the glass, a great crashing sound was heard at the gates of Stormwind Keep. Suddenly the ground were filled with hideous creatures, gross deformities, a cruel reflection of humanity. They swarmed over the king's guard and tore them to shreds. King Rin sent Lane and Queen Varya with an escort of knights to Northshire Abbey, promising to call for them when the foul beasts had been destroyed. That day has not yet come. 584. At the age of 20 years, Lane is pronounced King of Azeroth. His task is clear: to rid the lands of these creatures. The few that have survived battle refer to themselves as orcs. When questioned, they will tell little else and prefer death to releasing information. They are cruel, sadistic, and vile, making no distinctions between soldier or child, warrior or woman. They will slay anyone who they encounter without a second thought. The only humans who do not fall to the orcish blade are those who are taken to the swamps that have festered in the east, where the orcs have made their encampments. What they do to these people is unknown, though the worst is feared, for none have ever returned. 593. Nearly 10 years of skirmishes and raids along the borderlands have kept the people of Azeroth wary, but the orcish hordes had been beaten back into their swamps. King Lane has found that the orcs, though incredibly strong and vicious, were seldom well trained in combat and always disorganized. This has been the key to holding them at bay, and is the weakness he hopes to exploit in the future. The mystery that no cleric or conjurer had found the answer to, though, is the origin of these creatures. In the 10th year of his reign, King Lane is visited by the mysterious traveller. She has come to the king with a warning that she hopes will aid him in his fight against this nemesis to his land. The coupling between the king's conjurer and herself was intended to create a child that she could pass her knowledge and power onto before leaving this place. She did not count upon other forces in this and other worlds that would seek to dominate the child. He has now become a beacon of mystic power. She sought him out only a fortnight before and found that the powers that course through his veins have twisted him, making him insane. Realizing the threat he now posed, she was forced to attempt to destroy him, but he all but slew her. The battle left both combatants drained, but Medivh held enough power to banish her from his sight and command her never to return. His magics were strong enough that even she cannot break this bond, and so can offer no aid in his downfall. The traveller also informs King Lane that it was Medivh who was responsible for the coming of the orcs to Azeroth. During the battle with his father, he inadvertently opened a gateway to the domain that they and many other foul creatures call home. The orcs are disciples of chaos, however, and not even Medivh has the power to control them. Although the battle has Medivh in a greatly weakened state, the traveller warns that there will be a time when Azeroth will be forced to deal with him. Her parting words to the king were of her hope that the sorcerer would not become so strong by that time that the whole of this world would suffer. Stirrings of war now come from the swamps. The attacks upon our settlements, once scattered and poorly executed, have become more organized. The king has found it necessary to send footmen and archers to protect settlements along the borderlands. Rumors of the rising of a great orcish war chief have been heard about the land. He is heard to be a harsh leader who has gathered the feuding orcs under one banner. King Lane's scouts and spies have found him to be as cunning as he is bloodthirsty. This foul creature's name is Blackhand, and his control of the orcish hordes could spell doom for Azeroth. The king has ordered me to seek out new recruits to train in the rudiments of combat, for the time has come to call upon the people of Azeroth and prepare the kingdom for war. And then there's a picture of King Lane, Lord of Azeroth. Okay, unit descriptions. Peasant. These are the people of the kingdom of Azeroth. Being of sturdy and hard-working stock, they will harvest the forests for necessary woods. Maybe I should just show what I'm looking at. See, I should do this, and then. Oh no, wait, that's my camera. Do that, and then add in. Browser. All right, and then I have to put in nope, shouldn't do that. And then how about display capture? Oh, window capture, that would be best. And then select window to capture. And then there we go. Yeah, should have been doing it this way, shouldn't have. Just put it back to the start so you can see the pages I've been reading. So this is the manual for the first game, and then these are the pages I've read so far. So there's WarCraft Humans, table of contents, getting started, tutorial, and then reach the Chronicles of the War in Azeroth. So I read this part, Chronicles of the War of Azeroth, 559, 564, 571, 577, 583, 584, 593. And then there's the picture of King Lane, Lord of Azeroth. Unit descriptions. Peasant. These are the people of the kingdom of Azeroth. Being of sturdy and hard-working stock, they will harvest the forest for necessary woods or mine for gold in the hillsides as needed. Oftentimes they gather in the town hall, and there's always a large supply of them willing to assist in your fight against the orcs. They are also skilled craftsmen, able to construct any type of building you could desire. They are unskilled in the ways of war, however, and will flee when engaged by the enemy, often ignoring a safer route for a faster one. Footmen. These fighters are the backbone of the king's armies. They are foot soldiers trained in the art of melee combat using the sword and shield. Well armored for maximum defense against attacks, they can also deliver a solid blow with their double-edged weapons. Archer. These warriors use their skill in the crossbow to deal death from a distance. They are slightly more maneuverable than footmen, but the cost is the lighter armor they must wear. The ability to launch their deadly rain of missiles from a distance makes them a force not to be discounted. Knight. The fighting elite in His Majesty's service, using the difficult skills required for mounted combat, these warriors wield huge maces in order to crush their opponent's skulls. Their war horses make them fast and deadly, as they can maneuver much more quietly than an unmounted foe. Knights are well respected throughout the realm, and the tales of their fighting prowess are known far and wide. Wounded. On occasion, you may find someone who is wounded. In such cases, the disciples from Northshire Abbey are bestowed with the ability to heal the wounds and maladies of others, and may be of assistance. If your soldiers become wounded during battle, their condition will worsen, and they should also seek the assistance of your clerics. Catapult. As the ultimate machine of war, the catapult brings fiery death to all who stand in its way. Capable of destroying any target in this range, the projectile from a catapult can smash the toughest of defenses or through the sides of buildings. This behemoth is large, slow, and difficult to maneuver, but the power that it holds makes it an essential part of your forces. Cleric. These are the holy men of our kingdom. Their spiritual leadership keeps both the people and the troops of Azeroth focused upon our mission of everlasting peace. Their ability to channel the spirit of humanity through their bodies makes them truly wondrous, and stories of their ability to heal the sick and injured, as well as being able to affect the perceptions of others, are miraculous in nature. The transgressions against humanity by the orcs have forced them to devise ways to defend themselves, but the true path remains the healing of men's souls. Conjurer. Seers of mystery, holders of secrets, and dwellers in dream. These practitioners of the arcane arts have learned through researching the ancient tombs to bend the forces of nature to do their will. They can make the energies of nature strike down opponents, summon forth great creatures, or command the elements. They are a secretive sect, and will only gather and train in their own specially prepared mystic towers. Cleric spells. Knowledge is the key to understanding, and it is with the hope that by having knowledge of our powers you will understand how we may best serve the kingdom. I pray that the words to follow will assist you in our quest of freeing Azeroth from the threat of the orcish hordes. Concerning the abilities possessed by the clerics from the Abbey, I am most knowledgeable. The conjurers, however, have refused to divulge their secrets, and therefore my understanding of the intricacies of their magics is not as complete. Godspeed in your fight. The Abbot of Northshire Abbey. Holy Lance. The invasion of the orcish hordes has necessitated our divining a method to protect not only ourselves, but the whole of the people of Azeroth as well. The use of physical violence is not the calling of our order, but each force must be met with an equal force for the balance of good and evil to be preserved. As the archangels took up swords of light to defend the heavens, so must we take up holy arms to defend our lands. The pure essence of the caster's heart, mind, and soul strikes out to defend him from threat and enters into the soul of the target. This is especially effective against the orcs because of their dark and evil origins. Healing. The aiding of our brothers and sisters in times of sorrow, grief, and illness is the primary concern of the disciples from Northshire Abbey. This has required us to devise a way to ease the burdens of those about us without causing another an equal burden. This has led us to using the spirit of humanity itself to heal all forms of injury or disease. The effect is that the pain and injury of the one afflicted is divided amongst all humanity, making the burden easier to bear, carrying the cross of another. Invisibility. This is the ability to cloud the perceptions of others so that they do not recognize the physical existence of the caster. This was originally employed as a tool to make the confessing of secrets that weighed heavily upon the souls of worshippers easier to speak. The clerics of Northshire Abbey have found it very useful in assisting the armies of King Lane in ridding Osroth of the orcs. Foreseeing, as dispensers of peace and understanding to the people, the need to keep a clear perspective is a vital one. This ability has developed from that need, and therefore allows the caster to see in an all-encompassing fashion, as God does. His vision extends to all corners of the land, and his view is omnipotent. The power of this divination is limited, for when one strives to see the world as God does, the human mind can only partake of a meagre portion before it is forever blinded by the clarity of that sight. Conjurer spells, Elemental Blast. Conjurers maintain a close relationship with the elements about them, and the ability to focus those forces is the basis of this spell. This channeling manifests itself as a sphere of charged energy that issues forth from the hands, enabling the caster to strike an enemy from a great distance. This is one of the basic magics taught to conjurers and serves as the cornerstone for training the caster in focusing both mind and will to the task of summoning. Summon scorpions. The caster called upon the creatures of the desert by magically transporting them to do his bidding. They are under the conjurer's direction and will do his bidding to the death. Research has proven that it is simpler for the conjurer to transport several smaller scorpions in a short time than to drain his energies further by summoning a single large creature. Summon Elemental. The caster uses the forces of nature to create a water elemental. He summons the forces of air and water and combines them into a simulacrum to defend the lands. They are excellent creatures and will never turn upon their creators. The element of water was chosen because it is persistent, as in the state of erosion, and it is the opposite of fire, which seems to be the element that the orcs favor. Rain of Fire. This is a very powerful spell that combines the natures of flame and water. It calls forth the essence of fire and delivers it through massive thunderheads of vapor and brimstone, creating an actual firestorm. This spell is very destructive and will cause damage to any foes and buildings in its sphere of influence. Use this spell with cure, for the Rain of Fire knows no friends. Town Hall. This is where the people of a settlement meet to discuss the issues of the day. The king's servants, be they farmer, craftsman, or peasant, will share their fears and hopes with the community in this building. It is also where the details of commerce are dealt with, the distribution of resources and spending of monies. Okay, so yeah, my brother arrived and my nephew and niece were going there, so I had to say goodbye to them. Cheerio. Okay, so where was I? I was halfway through town hall here. Frick's sake. Okay. Might as well just start over again. Town hall. This is where the people of settlement meet to discuss the issues of the day. The king's servants, be they farmer, craftsman, or peasant, will share their fears and hopes with the community in this building. It is also where the details of commerce are dealt with, the distribution of resources, and the spending of monies. All shipments of gold and wood are routed through the town hall. The allocation of funds to build roads and walls are also addressed here. Additionally, it serves as a centre where peasants can receive training in harvesting and mining as to better serve the kingdom. Being the centre of the settlement's economy, there can only be one town hall. If it is destroyed, however, another can be built to take its place. Farm. Producing needed sustenance. These sites are a vital part of any community. Farms produce grains and foodstuffs to feed not only the populace and peasants, but the armies as well. You must have enough food to supply all of your units, so keep a close eye on how much you can expect to harvest. Farms are self-sufficient in that they supply their own workers, but if they are destroyed, your available food supply will be affected. Barracks. This is where the men of arms come for training and recruitment. Footmen, knights, and archers can be found here, constantly honing their skills as they wait to be called forth into battle. When you need more fighting men, you will come here to get them. The crews that man catapults are also trained here, and when you require the services of one of these great machines, it will be routed through this site. Lumber mill. This is where the raw wood supplied by peasant harvesters is made into building supplies, arrows, and catapults. The ability to craft wood to the specific shapes and sizes needed to make certain buildings makes them an essential part of your community. The mill can also provide your archers with better shafts for the arrows that will make them fly truer and increase the amount of damage that they inflict. Blacksmith. As the metalworker of the town, he is responsible for the trade and quality of the steel used in your weapons and armor. If funds are devoted to the refining of his craft, he can upgrade the materials and skills used, allowing the creation of better swords and shields. His talents are also sought after in the construction of specific goods and building materials that are essential to other professions. Stables. The care and feeding of the knight's mount is the main concern of this site. Horses are specially bred and trained here to be more effective for use in combat. By making them faster, stronger, and more responsive to their rider's commands, the stable serves as a link between warrior and steed. The stables must be supplied with riding bits, stirrups, shoes, and horse armor for their training and outfitting, so you cannot build a stable without the aid of a blacksmith. Church. Housed here are the holy men of Azeroth. As the church provides a place for them to commune with the people of the land, this is the only place where clerics will come together for their ceremonies, and many can be recruited here to assist in ridding the land of the hell-spawned orcs. A tithe must be paid to the church for their services in order that new clerics may be trained and other sites made sacred. A church must be built entirely of a rare wood known as holy oak, hence a lumber mill must be active to specially cut and prepare this sacred wood. Also, clerics continue training here to increase their understandings of the spiritual forces. When they're enlightened by a new revelation, the kernel of that knowledge is sown among all followers of the faith, and it blossoms into the minds of all clerics throughout the lands. Tower. This is the mystic place where magics are taught. These strange and mysterious workers of magic are a reclusive lot and place themselves above the law in many ways. They also demand absolute secrecy and privacy for their studies, and so require their own domicile. Conjurers gather at the tower to practice and train in their arcane arts. When new magics are learned, that knowledge is immediately sent by thought to other conjurers wherever they be in the realm. The recruiting of conjurers is a common practice, but a price must be paid in gold for their services, as few hold duty to anyone. The massive energy used in their spells require that the tower be constructed with long shafts of metal placed within the stone walls to act as a mystic lightning rod, for without these the building would explode into 1,000 pieces. A blacksmith must be made available to create these devices to the exact specifications provided by the conjurers. Gold mine. King Lane has sent many a surveyor into the hills and mountains throughout the kingdom in search of new deposits of gold. You may discover one of these sites and find that there are still veins of the precious metal to be mined. Peasants can be trained in the skills required to mine and deliver this gold to your town hall for disbursement as you see fit. In the picture we have an example of a settlement. So we've got we've got a tower there and a market. So town hall, great, lovely. Monster descriptions. Ogre. Brethren to the orc clans. These brutes have less intellect and more strength, making them a fearsome opponent in any battle. Often found dwelling in secluded areas of the kingdom, they do not like to be disturbed. They are ponderous and necessarily single-minded to the task at hand, which is usually the killing of anyone they do not recognize. Their massive jaws and glazed eyes give them the look of a crazed animal, and they have the temperament to match. Scorpion. Creatures of the arid lands, these giant insects strike with venom stingers that are located in their tails to kill their prey. The poison they employ is extremely painful and is a slow and wicked death. They are hunters by nature that will attack anything that strays near their nests. Spider. Poisonous and huge, these spiders are found in dwellings long forgotten by time and man. Their bite is venomous and their many legs make them an agile opponent. Having grown so large from years of hunting increasingly larger prey, they have learned to hide in dark places and attack from the shadows. Brigand. Many of these evil bandits were once loyal subjects by the king, but their greed and hatred has turned them against their own people. Like all cowards, they hide in the shadows, waiting to overpower their victims with surprise and numbers. Having been driven out of lawful settlements, they seek refuge wherever they can find it. Often armed with short swords and daggers, they rely upon their speed to fill their purses with ill-gotten gains. Slime. Not all of the putrid slick goo that oozes from openings in the floors and walls is merely disgusting. Some of it poses great danger as well. While slime has no intelligence, it is attracted to the heat that bodies generate. This ichor will literally drain the life from its victims, as heat is what it uses as food. No magical properties have been found to exist within the slime, but nature is often a magic unto itself. Skeleton. These abominations are magical constructs made from the bones of the dead. They roam the forbidden lands and forgotten realms of Azeroth, seeking to take their anguish out on the living. They know only pain and death, and strive to embrace the living in their arms so they may drag them into the pits of hell. Water Elemental. These creatures are made of the magical essence of water. Once created, they are loyal servants and will unerringly do the bidding of their masters. Should they escape the control of their master, they become free creatures and do as they will. They are excellent fighters and will defend those whom they serve to the death. Fire Elemental. The creation of a simulacrum of the elements of fire. While these servants can be constructed and controlled by powerful mages, many have proved too difficult to hold in the summoner's power. Should they escape their creator, these creatures rage uncontrollably, determined to destroy all those who are like the one that imprisoned them in this domain. Demon. Denizens of the underworld. These creatures are the most powerful entities to ever exist in the lands of Azeroth. Their aptitude in the arts of deception and combat are only equaled by their sadistic nature and the puissance they possess in the black arts of magic. They command the searing fires of hell as if it were their plaything. They are the true lords of chaos, wreaking havoc at every step and destroying what they wish. There is rumored to be a gateway that appears every 13th full moon that bridges the gap between Azeroth and the underworld, and it is during these brief moments that the demons can come to this place. Legend also states that some have the power to summon these creatures and control them, but if this is so, none are alive to tell the tale of how it is accomplished. Credits. Okay, next section, WarCraft the Orcs. And then the table of contents is the same as before, with the exception of Destiny of the Orcs, unit descriptions, Necrolite spells, Warlock spells, building descriptions, and monster descriptions. Okay. The destiny of the Orcus hordes, the history and legends concerning the invasion and domination of the human lands, scribed by Garona of the Shadow Council. The destiny of the Orcus hordes. The stories of battle and victory have always been told, and in the past, it was up to the leaders of each assault to document the past. While fine leaders in war, these chieftains lack the ability to convey these actions with written words. I present as an example. Thok, go through shiny hole, then me fall down, but me good. Me find many good things to eat. We find village, we mash them and eat their food. Thok, stop now, head hurt from right. The fact that I am of both orc and human lineage, combined with the skills and schooling I have acquired from my journeys, has elevated me to the position I now hold. As chief interpreter to the Shadow Council, the duty of preserving the accounts of our conquering of this world and the eventual crusade into the land of humanity has fallen upon my shoulders. I, Garona, now humbly present that history. Our destiny concerning the domination over these lands has been foretold by the clan mystics for hundreds of years. Having risen from the mire of swamps and marshes, the Orcus hordes has swept across this domain in the fulfillment of that destiny. Many ages passed as our influence slowly spread, causing pain and darkness to follow in our wake. Be they in lush plains, hidden in thick forests, or at the rocky crags overlooking the seaside, or armies rolled over, what pathetic resistance our enemies could muster. Their crops died on the stalk, and their fields lay fallow, for we left none alive to tend them. Using the arcane powers of our warlocks and necromancers, not even the mightiest of our foes could long stand against our increasing onslaught. One by one, our enemies fell, and we became stronger with each victory. In time, by subjugating all who would oppose our rise to power and enslaving these weaker races to use as we pleased, we conquered both nature and creatures to finally rise to the pinnacle of this world. Blackhand, fearsome leader of the orcs. Still, we crave more, and decades of constant bickering between clans served to divide our race amongst itself. Soon, factions arose, each seeking to control the orcish domain for themselves. These petty arguments turned to armed conflict and then to war, as the need for conquest burned hot in out blood. If no lands existed, we were ruled by enemies. Then we would take the lands of our brethren. The only clan to ignore these plays for power were the warlocks. Sorry, I'll read that again. The only clan to ignore these plays for power were the warlocks. Secluded in their towers, they saw the danger that was present. Although it pleased the necromancers that these battles fed the earth and underworld with rivers of blood, the warlocks feared that no orc would be left alive. This would serve to upset the delicate balance that allowed them to control the powers that they held in check and called upon to work their magics. If this balance were to be maintained, the orcish hordes would need to be supplied with new battles against a common foe. It was during a period of research that the small tear in the dimensional fabric was noticed. Many years passed as the warlocks sought to unlock the mysteries of this tiny rift. The undertaking of numerous trials and tests led to the conclusion that this phenomenon could serve as a portal to another dominion, if it could be controlled. The orcish warlocks began experimentation towards focusing the rift, gradually making it larger and more stable. Eventually, they were able to create a small portal just large enough for one of their clan to pass through. The stories that this subject returned with almost convinced his colleagues that the experience had left him insane, but the strange, unknown plants he held served as sure evidence of his claims. This allowed the sect to approach the strongest leaders of the splintered orc clans and request that they cease their war for 1 year. At the end of that time, they promised a chance to accomplish the taking of a new world. Controlling the rift proved to be easier as it grew larger, and within the passing of 3 moons, it stood ready to send a small detachment of troops to this new world. A blue circle of energy, roughly 2½ orcs in width, was the sight that greeted the orcish clan chiefs. Streaks of black and red raced across it as it crackled with otherworldly fires. 7 warriors were to enter the portal and return with a report detailing the type of lands and creatures that were to be found on the other side. As the warlocks began their incantations to access the power of the rift, a howl began, low at first, then rising in pitch like a dark wolf baying during the blood moon. When the sound grew near to deafening, the warriors were motioned into the circle, now alive with 1,000 colors intertwined and clashing in some cosmic dance. What awaited these 7 was beyond even their wildest imagining. The sack of the village was a simple matter, hardly worth the telling, yet the hundreds of times the tale was recounted, and 100 more would be expected and relished. A group of strange, sharp-edged buildings was the first sign of any true opposition they encountered. A rough dirt path led into a trio of farms. The grey of dawn was lightening as the sun of this world rose over the hilltops. It was a bright yellow orb that shone twice as brightly as our own, and made the days exceedingly hot. Then, out of the odd little hut, came what must have been a member of this land's true race. Small, pink, and spare of muscle were these creatures. The warriors grinned wickedly at each other, knowing that if this represented the breed of stock they would need to pen in order to take this world, victory was but a matter of moments. Rushing out of their hiding place, they swarmed upon the village and slew every living thing they could find. The males offered some small resistance, but the females and children were like taking grog to the slaughter. Their homes held few values, but their fields were full of a tasty grain. Their livestock, as little as there was, also proved excellent, and what they could not eat or pack was set to the torch. The trinkets brought back from this place were of a craftsmanship unknown to the orcs, and were quickly taken by the leaders of the clans for their own treasure hoards. This new world, heavy with vast expanses and soft, weak protectors, would prove a rich jewel to add the crown of the orcs. Our order of ascension is a simple one. Only the strongest survive, as all matters of politics or dispute are settled in open debate. This can lead to hostilities in many cases, but it is the fastest and simplest way to come to a conclusion on most matters. Each orc has the right to make heard his arguments as long as he can back them up with fact or steel. To gain the upper hand is a sign of strength, and strength is counted highly among the hordes. A decisive victory in battle raises the commander and his warriors to a place of honor and control. This hold is tenuous, however, for the higher one climbs, the farther and more deadly the fall. By this time, we had heard much. We had learned much of this new domain, and those who dwelled here, while difficult to understand in many ways, they proved similar enough to us in many ways. A sharp blow to the head resulted in death. Lack of food led to starvation. Pain also affected them in the same way it had all of our enemies, and proved to be an effective means of extracting information. To learn that the name of this place was Azeroth, and the inhabitants were called humans, was among the first bits of information we gathered. We began the taking of Azeroth by moving out cautiously and learning what we could, but all too soon rash judgment prevailed as the taste of greed tainted the palates of the orcish clan chiefs. After many arguments ensued, it was decreed that an assault upon the tall castle in the north would serve to crush our enemies and place the orcs upon the throne of power. More and more warriors were brought through the rift, and with them seemed to come the essence of our world. The warlocks claimed it was some effect of the portal, but the lands about our entryway soon became as desolate as those of our home. Entry into the castle was a simple matter, for the prosperity that had made this land so attractive to us had also bred weakness in the humans. Their guards were unprepared as our forces poured through the gates and over the walls of their stronghold. Their mails did well to stop us for as long as they did, but our numbers and strength soon tilted the battle in our favour. Victory would have been assured but for the arrival of their great mounted soldiers. These fiends rode atop beasts of muscle and sinew that crashed through our ranks and dealt as much damage to our troops as did their riders. These knights, as we have come to know them, rallied what few soldiers remained and began driving us out of the castle. Our every turn was countered as we were forced to retreat towards the gateway back to our world. Some trick of magic had them always at our back, sides, and in our path. We barely reached the edges of the swamplands that now surrounded the portal and eluded our pursuers in its murky depths. It has been some 15 years since this costly decision altered the course of our destiny. Many called for the closing of the gate, while other factions fought for another attack upon the humans with all of our forces. Out of this chaos arose a single orc with a cunning and guile that few others possessed. Careful manipulations and the use of what support he could muster made his voice ever stronger as time passed. After key opponents were dealt with, few could offer any opposition to his plans, and the rule of the great orc war chief Blackhand was upon our people. His cruelty and dominance in battle is only overshadowed by his lust for power. He has studied the means with which human armies are able to defeat overpowering numbers of orcs through strategy and guile. From these tactics, he has learned to bring organization to the scattered attacks of our raiding parties. He sought assistance from both houses of the arcane arts, searching for other weapons to add to his arsenal. The culmination of these plans will involve the uniting of all the orcish clans, armies, warlocks, and necromancers alike to bring about the eventual destruction of the human race. The Age of Chaos is now at hand. Garona of the Shadow Council. Unit descriptions. Peon, the lowliest of the orcs. These dogs are good for little more than rough work. Command them to cut wood or mine the pits for gold. They also make strong laborers in the construction of all manner of buildings. They are all cowards and will run like little children if attacked. Grunt, the first level of warrior in the service of our armies. Trained for close combat, these soldiers make excellent fodder for wading through human forces. Use of the axe and shield is their specialty, and they are hardy fighters with a taste for blood. Spearmen, grunts trained in the use of the spear. They are faster than their axe-wielding brethren, but have lighter armor so that they may move about more freely. The ability to hurl their deadly missiles across a battlefield makes them a formidable unit to employ. Raider, the most vicious of the orcish hordes. These minions of Blackhand are trained to show no mercy. Riders of the Dark Wolves, these savage warriors use the speed and ferocity of their mounts to make them a deadly enemy. Faster than those who attack on foot, they have perfected the tactics of tearing through columns of enemy soldiers like a hot wind. The dead. When any unit is killed, it will begin to decompose, and the remains will slowly seep into the ground. Necrolytes are trained in the black arts and can raise these fallen warriors if they can reach the corpse before it disappears into the earth forever. Catapult. Destruction and mayhem are the art's purpose, and those who are its target will reap only death. Chaos reigns supreme as the ground shakes with the approach of these gruesome machines. Walls and buildings prove no barrier to the devastation of the orcish catapult. Although they are sluggish and huge, your forces will prove unstoppable when you command these devices. Necrolyte, practitioners of the orcish religions. These binders of souls command the black powers that hold control over the earth. Linked into the dominions of the lower planes, Necrolytes have power over all things dark and evil, including the raising of fallen warriors to create armies of the undead. Through ceremonies performed at their temples, they learn to warp the essence of shadow to use for their advantage. Warlock. If the energies of this world can be used for destruction, then the energies of the underworld could destroy Azeroth. It is this destructive power that the orcish warlocks use in their incantations and rituals. As the most powerful of the orcish sects, these dark brethren of Hades go where none others dare in search of ultimate power. Their towers hold the keys to unleashing the very essence of evil upon those they see as a threat to their devious plans. Spells that channel the fire and brimstone of hell through their bodies or can summon forth creatures, even demons, are theirs to use. Necrolite spells. By commanding the powers of darkness and death, tendrils of blackness stretch across the land to envelop the unwary and careless. It is upon these fools that the necrolites prey, filling their temples with fresh sacrifices and our armies with undead warriors. Shadow Spear. This is a spear of energy culled from the evils of the Orcish clans. When an orc dies, his soul descends into Hades for judgment, and his essence is divided into good and evil. The Orcish necrolites have learned to siphon the black energies from this plane and use it for their own purposes. This weapon of darkness is the manifestation of those black souls and causes excruciating pain to those it strikes. Yep, I'll just turn the alarm off and yeah, so my alarm's gonna go off in 2 hours, but I'll just turn it off and keep playing through the night. Okay. Raised dead, the necrolites have close ties to the dark forces of hell, and in consequence study the forbidden arts of the dead. They have gained the ability to bind the bodies of the dead to this domain, creating armies of soulless creatures. With no minds to speak of, they will disdain the use of weapons, seeking to rend the flesh of those they are directed to attack with their bare-boned hands. Dark vision. Wherever there is light, there is shadow, and it is this shadow that the orc necrolite uses to see into places he cannot travel. Wherever the slightest shadow is cast, the sight of the necrolite can enter and view. The effects of this spell are limited in size, for too much knowledge of the confines of shadow has been known to forever trap the caster within the realms of darkness. Unholy armor. This ritual invokes the recipient with a mystic armor of invulnerability. Weapons will have their effects dissipated when striking the wearer. This armor is constructed from the souls of the damned, and they absorb the pain that any blows would normally inflict upon the wearer. The price that is exacted from those who are bestowed with this invulnerability is a high one, however, for they must sacrifice a portion of their soul to act as a magnet to bind these lost souls to themselves. After some time, this binding will weaken, and those who make up the armor will be released back into their eternal torment. I have not had any dinner yet. Maybe I should leave it for a bit. I'll wait till I'm not really feeling that hungry actually. I should have something. Maybe in like 10 minutes I'll go put a pizza on or something. Okay. Warlock spells. The fires of hell rise up to meet the enemies of the Warlock clan. Their sorceries are rooted in the deepest pits of the underworld, and their command over flame and the monstrosities they create is a cause for great fear to their victims. Fireball, the basic fire spell which all followers of the Orcish cults, the underworld, first learn. It channels the flames of Hades through the caster's body, allowing the wielder to direct it as a missile at anyone he chooses. It is a dangerous magic to employ, but the effects seem to delight even the lowest circle of warlock to no end. Okay, so time to be done in like 23 minutes. So yep, 21:14. Lovely jubbly. Right, where were we? Summon spiders. If I can. Is that better? Right. Summon spiders. The warlock calls forth hordes of deadly, poisonous spiders to aid him. Several spiders come at any one summoning and will swarm over the enemy as the caster directs. They crawl through gaps in the enemy's armor and bite them with their poison fangs, injecting their deadly juices into the bloodstream. As the enemy falls to the ground, he literally burns from within. Poison Cloud. Maybe. For frig's sake. Testing. Testing. Okay, so that sounds okay, I guess. Let's see, does the camera look centered enough? Okay, whatever. Right, Poison Cloud. The caster creates a cloud comprised of brimstone, acid, and poisonous gases to envelop and choke his targets. This foul stench eats through anything that stands in its way and chokes the very life out of anyone unlucky enough to be in its path. It is a mix of the sickly stench of rotting corpses and the essence of evil, designed to decay and corrode all that it comes in contact with. Summon Demon, the most powerful spell ever rumored to exist. Legends say that the caster would have the ability to summon forth a demon by allowing his body to be sacrificed to enable its existence in this plane. The demon would then be guided by the spirit of the caster to do his bidding, but should the demon be destroyed, the warlock's life would be forfeit. The truth to this tale is questionable, but the incantations and the rituals used to summon the creature may lay in some lost runic writings. The dream of every follower of the underworld is to rediscover these incantations and be able to command the power of the demon. Next page. See, I prefer the microphone like right in front of me because I think it's better that way. But with my camera being on, maybe I should have like the camera at a different angle or something. Right, so I like it like this. Then I'll have to move this over that way. And then this would have to be over here. So I can keep an eye on the chat. You can see me like some out there. Yeah, that's the only problem is with this microphone is it's a bit big. That's what she said. Right. I'll just continue on. So, Town Hall. This is where the denizens of an encampment come to meet and make their arguments heard. The constant bickering and backstabbing that occurs here is necessary, however, for it keeps them from killing each other in the street. The town hall is also where the encampment's overseer can keep a close eye on the resources and funds that are available and use them as he sees fit. All shipments of wood and gold are brought here for his inspection. This is also where peons are given the training to do the simple tasks demanded of them by the Orcish Empire. Blackhand has ordered that only one town hall be allowed to stand in each encampment, so that separate factions of orcs will not arise. If the town hall is destroyed in battle, another can be built to replace it. Farms produce the grains and animals needed to keep the encampment and army well fed. You must produce enough food to supply all of the orcs you control. Once your peons have constructed the site, the farm will prosper with no further concern on your part. If you have a farm destroyed in battle, your ability to produce enough food will be affected. Barracks. The training of orcish armies takes place in this structure. Grunts, spearmen, and raiders will all practice the skills needed to slay the enemy in the cruelest form imaginable. When your forces have been depleted and more warriors are needed, fresh recruits can be found here. The crews that man the awesome catapults are also trained here, and when one of the mighty devices is required, it will be routed through here as well. Lumber mill. This is where the roughly cut wood supplied by the peon laborers is made usable by skilled workers for building spears and catapults. If other orcs require specific woods for their sites, only your lumber mill will have the necessary workers to complete the task. When funds are directed to the craftsmen of the mill, they can increase the quality of your spears, making them bite even deeper into the hide of the human scum. Blacksmith. All objects that require the strength of iron are made here, as money is spent to build hotter forges and mine for better metals. The quality and deadliness of the axes and shields that are produced will increase. Metal is also a vital component in the construction of some orcs' buildings and materials, and to create a site for them will be impossible without the aid of the blacksmith. Kennels. This is the foul hole where the dark wolves are penned. They are bred and trained here from an early age to crave the taste of human flesh, making them savage when in battle. The breeding of faster and stronger wolves has become an art that greatly increases the effectiveness of readers. If you will but pay the price. The breeding of faster and stronger wolves has become an art that greatly increases the effectiveness of your readers, if you will but pay the price in gold. The training of these creatures demands specific implements and cages that only the blacksmith can provide. Tar. This is where the knowledge of the dark magics are revealed. Warlocks reside here to focus their energies towards harnessing the forces of the underworld. Their sack demands payment in precious metals for any services they may offer. It is then converted into the mystic symbols used in their castings. Metal cages in which to place the subjects of their experiments must be constructed, as well as the ornate metal runes that need to be built into the stone floors for their spells of summoning. Only the blacksmith can provide the needed materials and skills required to meet these exacting specifications. Temple. The unholy place where orcs come to make sacrifice to their gods, and the necromancers of the land gather to invoke the will of their dark masters. This is the only place where necrolytes can be recruited to assist you in purging the land of human settlements. The need for a blood offering has only recently been replaced by one of gold, and no assistance will be sanctioned until it is made. The immense sacrificial altars used in the necrolytes' rituals must be built of the mystic blackroot, hence a lumber mill must be used to locate and specially prepare the wood. Gold mine. Some rock faces hold deposits of gold. You will recognize them because Blackhand has sent searchers out, and any that were located will have an entryway clearly marked. Peons will mine these holes and deliver the gold to your town hall for disbursement as you see fit. Creatures of the land. Ogre. The ogres came through the portal that brought the orcs to this land. Their blood hatred of the orcs remains second only to their hatred of humans. They are a vicious opponent with the strength to rip off a warrior's limbs, should they so choose. The ogres favour huge spike clubs that they use to bash in the skulls of their enemies and to bring down the large prey they hunt. Ogres favour lands not frequented by the orcs and are seldom seen near the encampments. Okay, there we go. Right. Yep. So people came in, so I had to go and make the house nice and comfortable for them. Okay. Scorpion. Hunters of the underground. These are as venomous and deadly as any creation of the warlocks. Their tails are tipped by a sharp spike and can tear through the armor and flesh of their prey to inject a deadly and painful poison into the unfortunate. The humans have learned to command the smallest of these fiends and can summon them to do their bidding. Spider. The Warlock clan have used their magics to create the hideous abomination that they call spiders. Mutated from the smaller creatures commonly found in the area, these huge poison fanged beasts are twisted and predatory. While some are controlled by the warlocks, many too grow large to maintain control over and are released into the forbidden lands. These giant spiders lurk in dark, dank places and spin their webs, seeking to entrap the unwary. Oh, pizza's almost ready. Damn it. Oh, someone's playing Resident Evil 2. Cool. Okay. Alarm disabled. Right. So my dinner is ready now. So I better go and eat it, and then I'll continue where I left off. You know what? I think I should bring it back here and eat it, and then, but I don't want to like eat on camera, so just turn my camera off until I'm finished. Okay, I'll be back soon. Just set there, put that back on, and then yeah. So I'll be back. I'll go and eat my dinner now, in the kitchen, and then once I'll try and eat it real quick, and then get back here, and then continue reading where I left off, and then hopefully we'll get stuck into the game again. Okay, I'm back. Yep, so, I suppose I could throw that in the bin because I'm finished. And I'll keep this in case my nose acts up. Right. Yeah, so right. Back to where I was. Brigand. These are the diabolical humans whom even their brethren distrust. They use numbers and tactics to overpower much stronger units and will fight like rabid wolves when cornered. They hide in untraveled lands and are turned away from any village or encampment where they seek shelter. The short blades they wield are made for quick slashing attacks and are most effective. Yeah, so it's always good to have you know uh, the main enemy, but also neutral enemies that attack either side. Slime. The Necrolite clan believes that the strange slimes found in certain areas seek to eat the blood of the orcs. No magics could have created these crawling masses, but yet they exist. This slime seems to seems attracted to the heat of orcish bodies and will seep through even the tightest armor to drain into the pores of its victim's skin and sap them of strength and life. Skeleton. Uncontrolled spirits of the underworld sometimes roam the lands where their bodies were slain. Rotted cloth and flesh hangs from their bones as they seek revenge upon those who caused them to endure this eternal damnation. Held together by forces too dark for most to comprehend, they are more difficult to destroy than might be anticipated. Them not good like necrolite skeletons. These try catch you and stick their fingers into your eyes and brain. Okay, next page. Water elemental. These are creations of human magics, occasionally found in the service of their conjurers. These simulacrums have the powers of water to use as they will. When found uncontrolled, they prove to be difficult to disperse as they gain some semblance of independent thought and motivation. In either case, these elementals will attack until they are destroyed or their foe is dead. Fire elemental. While their watery brethren fall under the domain of the humans, these creatures serve no other. They only seek to destroy anything or anyone that they come in contact with. No one knows if these are summoned beings or the result of some rogue magics. The only sure thing is that they are deadly and seem to take some dark pleasure in the pain they inflict. Me think Warlock clan make these and let them get away, 'cause fire not listen to nobody. Demon. These hell spawn are evil incarnate. The ability to summon these dark minions of the underworld has long been lost, though the warlocks seek to find those secrets once again. Breathing flame and wielding a blade forged in the fires of Hades, destruction and death are their greatest desire. These demons possess cruelty beyond the imagining of even the sickest mind, and delight in the execution of their plans. If there is a way to send these monsters back into the pits that spawned them without the loss of many lives, it too is a secret locked away in time. The end. Okay, now for Warcraft II. Tides of Darkness. And then table of contents, we got getting started, troubleshooting tutorial, unit commands and combat, multiplayer games, multiplayer options and preferences, spawning, map editor, legends of the land, Azeroth, creatures of the land, resources, places of mystery, map of Azeroth, brief history of the fall of Azeroth, nations of the Alliance, Alliance ground troops, units, Alliance ground troops, Alliance units, Alliance naval units, paladin spells, mage spells, Alliance buildings, human unit dependencies, human building dependencies, the history of Orcish ascension, clans of the Horde, ground units of the Orcish Horde, units of the Horde, naval units of the Horde, ogre magic spells, death knight spells, orc buildings, orc unit dependencies, orc building dependencies, the aftermath of the Second War, legends of the land, Draenor, clans of Draenor, map of Draenor, credits, technical support, warranty. Okay. Getting started, troubleshooting. My mouse doesn't work. Usually if the mouse is malfunctioning, at that time, you take off the underside and take out the ball and yeah, remember the ball? Yeah, you had to take it out and clean dust from inside the mouse and then put it back in. Yeah, those were the days. Tutorial. Unit commands and combat. Multiplayer games. Multiplayer setup screen. Multiplayer game templates. Options and preferences. Spawning. The map editor. Here we go. Okay, so I forget what the first game was called. Yeah, obviously it's called WarCraft, like orcs and humans, but I mean, like in the game, it maybe it was called the First War or something. Okay, Legend of the Land, Azeroth, Sir Anduin Lothar. Sired and raised in the kingdom of Azeroth, Anduin Lothar has spent well nigh all of his 57 years in service to the lands he called home. A proud and noble warrior, Lothar was accredited a position within the king's honor guard at a considerably early age. After becoming a knight and rising to the position of armsman to the Brotherhood of the Horse, he undertook a quest to seek out the Tomb of Divinity, a task which all but killed him. Upon returning the sacred writings to the clerics of Northshire, Sir Lothar led the armies of Azeroth into battle against the Orcish Horde. As the Horde ultimately ravaged the kingdom of Azeroth and killed its advocate King Lane, Lothar rallied his countrymen and chartered their retreat across the Great Sea and onto the shores of Lord Arryn. In recognition of his services to his people, Sir Lothar was given the title of Regent Lord of Azeroth. As commander of all land and air forces within the Alliance, Lothar has made a solemn pledge to avenge both king and comrades by vanquishing the Orcish Horde once and for all. Gul'dan. Gul'dan, warlock of the Inner Circle and destroyer of dreams, is the true mastermind behind not only the inner workings of the Horde, but those of the secretive Shadow Council as well. Trained in the arts arcane by the demon Gul'dan, Gul'dan is perhaps the most powerful warlock ever to walk the temporal plane. Obsessed with discovering the legendary tomb of Sargeras, he hopes to obtain ultimate power by deciphering the secrets ascribed by the demon lord since times long forgotten. Gul'dan has used his magics to bring into being a host of servants for the Horde. Necrolytes, Ogre Magi, and the dread Death Knights are all results of his endless experiments with the forces of magic. Although his spawn of his work have strengthened the Horde, the true loyalties of Gul'dan lie only with himself and his quest to become omnipotent. So, wonder what omnipotent means. Unlimited power, like a god. So Gul'dan seeks godlike powers. Okay, Sir Uthor Lightbringer. Apprentice to the 8th Archbishop Alonsus Fall, who was the leader of the Holy Order of Northshire clerics that guided the kingdom of Osroth during the First War, Uthor Lightbringer learned firsthand that faith alone would not defeat the terrible horde. Many of the clerics were slain during the First War, and so the Archbishop devoted himself to rebuilding the order as to provide the citizens of Lord Erin with hope and faith. Knowing that this war with the unholy orcs could not end soon, Uther discerned that the Archbishop's new order must be able to defend the people as well as heal them. Thus young Uthor took up sword and shield and issued the call to the most pious amongst the knights of Lord Erin. Many great knights heeded Uthor's beckoning and joined the order which became known as the Knights of the Silver Hand. With the strength of arms and faith possessed by these paladins, Uthor hopes to bear witness to the free people of the Northlands that the Orcish horde can be cast back into the Stygian pits that spawned them. Cho'Gall, initiate of the 5th Circle of the Shadow Council and chieftain of the Twilight's Hammer clan, Cho'Gall is one of the grimmest and most respected leaders within the Horde. Cho'Gall was the first of the Ogre Magi, having tutored himself in magic before the Horde's passing into Azeroth. Cho'Gall has a special loyalty to Gul'dan, who helped the struggling yet determined ogre to master the arcane energies of the twisting nether. Cho'Gall is a firm believer in his clan's sacred mission to bring oblivion to all peoples of the far realms. Zul'jin, the feared rogue troll known as Zul'jin, has gained a great amount of notoriety over the years. Known best for his daring raids on guarded elven villages, Zul'jin brought together many of the nomadic troll war parties and forged them into an intimidating fighting force. The trolls revere Zul'jin and follow his leadership unconditionally. When approached by Doomhammer about joining up with the Horde, Zul'jin initially declined, but with the increased tensions between the trolls and elves due to the coming war, Zul'jin knows that only an alliance with orcs will save his people. Creatures of the land. Demons. Demons are the ancient and corrupt denizens of the lower planes. These winged creatures of fire are legendary for their fondness of destruction and brutal cruelty. Demons harbor a lustful hatred for all mortals and hunger for any chance to bring pain and death upon them. It is rumored that Gul'dan has entered into a pact with a sect of demons loyal to the demon lord Sargeras, who are willing to aid the warlock in finding their master's tomb. The undead. These unfortunate warriors give their lives in battle only to be brought back into soulless servitude by arcane orc magics to fight for the horde. Rising up from the battlefield, the undead tirelessly hacks and slash at their terrified enemies. These skeletal horrors retain none of the personality or emotions that permeated their living bodies, and thus will do their master's bidding until they are destroyed. Only mortal creatures such as the humans, elves, orcs, trolls, and ogres can be bound by these dark powers and be remade into the undead. Resources of the land. Gold. Mined from the rich earth of Azeroth and Lord Aaron. This precious metal is commonly used in exchange for goods and services. As a rare substance that is always in short supply, gold must be dug out from the rock and soil within established gold mines. Many of these mines were abandoned when the orc raids began and the workers fled for their very lives. Since the beginning of the war, these sites are frequently operated while under the protection of military forces. Lumber, harvested from the abundant forests that inhabit all but a few regions in the realm. The uses for lumber are nearly infinite. Once a tree has been felled and returned to the community, it is processed and made ready for use as lumber. Craftsmen then use this material to build many different structures and ships, as well as certain weapons and machines of war. Lumber may also be used in the research and construction of strange new devices, or by those adept in the arcane arts to aid with their magical studies. Oil. Large pools of this highly flammable substance are found far beneath the surface of the sea. Special platforms must be constructed in order to drill deep enough into the ocean floors to get at this sticky black substance. Dark, oily patches created by small geysers that form on the ocean floor and spew modest amounts of oil into the surrounding waters serve as a beacon to oil tankers hunting for the rich black liquid. Although oil is commonly used in the construction and powering of ships, it has been utilized in the development of both experimental flying craft and extremely powerful weapons. Places of mystery. The runestone at Cardero. The runestone was an ancient monolith erected by the elven druids and inscribed with powerful runes of protection and warding. The runestone, seized by Gul'dan and his ogres, was eventually hewn into slates that were then used to construct the altars of storms. The elves, knowing that their sacred artifact has been defiled to create the ogre magi, have sworn to destroy all of the unholy altars across the kingdom. So the runestone at Cardero. Quel'Thalas, Lord Aaron, Khaz-Modan, and Azeroth, and the Great Sea. Okay, next is the Tomb of Sargeras. Oh, there. Buried beneath the Great Sea for over 1,000 years, the ancient tomb of Sargeras waits to be discovered by any foolish enough to pursue its secrets. The tomb is rumored to house the remains of the ancient demon lord Sargeras. Defeated in a contest of arcane mastery by the legendary guardian Egwin, the sorcerer Medivh, Scion of Egwin, promised to divulge the location of the tomb to Gul'dan in exchange for the destruction of Before Medivh could do so, his tower was invaded and he was slain by the warriors of Azeroth. Gul'dan, believing that the tomb contains power absolute, hopes to find and claim it as his own. Success may indeed make him a living god. Okay. Where was I? Gul'dan, believing that the tomb contains power absolute, hopes to find and claim it as his own. Success may indeed make him a living god. And then the portal, the dark portal. Encircled by a ring of towering obsidian stones, the portal stands some 50 feet above the marshy ground of the Black Morass, being the original gateway to Azeroth that was opened by the wizard Medivh before the First War. Its constant use has increased in both size and power. It serves as a passage to untold numbers of orc and ogre warriors, reinforcing the horde's already overflowing ranks. The lands around the portal that were once dead swamps have been transformed into barren soil the color of blood and are now teeming with strange demonic beasts. This dark perversion of the land is steadily spreading across the continent of Azeroth and threatens to consume the entire world. So hopefully my auntie will stop calling me. Okay, so in Lord Arran, we've got Lord Arran, must be the capital, Delaran, Hillsbrad, Gilneas, South Shore, Tarn Mill. In Qualthalas, we've got Strathholm, Cairdaro, Alterac, Tiersand, Stromgard, and Dunmutter. And in the Great Sea, we've got Tulbarad, Zildare, Crestfall, Coltiris, Tomb of Sargeras, and Balor. Like Finn Balor. Then in Kaz Mudan, we've got Dun Algaz, Grim Batol, and Ironforge. And then in Osroth, we have Black Rock Spire, Northshire, Stormwind, and the Dark Portal. Okay. A brief history of the fall of Osroth, as told by the matriarch of Tirisfal. My name is Egwin, and for over 1,000 years I have wandered the realms of this world and endeavoured to safeguard the peoples of its lands against the ethereal powers of the great dark beyond. I have seen mighty kingdoms rise and fall. I have witnessed the deeds of high nobility and the lowliest of rabble both conspire to define the destiny of mankind. It has been only recently that I have regrettably become directly involved in the matters of men. For countless ages it has been the charge of my order to shelter and protect mortal man from the mysteries of the great dark and the palpable, heinous evils of the realms beyond. To battle these dark forces of the twisting nether, we were given considerable power and longevity rivaling that of even the ancient elves. With this power came one grave burden. The guardian must not interfere with the affairs of men until the time comes when a successor must be chosen and the mantle of guardianship is passed to another. Thus did I, Egwin, last guardian of the Order of Tirisfal, judge that my time had come. 42 winters had passed since I first came to the kingdom of Osroth in search of the conjurer Neelis Aran. It was he who It was he whom I had chosen to sire the heir of my powers. Neelis was exceptionally talented in the simple conjurative magics of men, and I believed that he would be the perfect mortal father for my child, and so he was. I gave birth to a son and named him Medivh, or Keeper of Secrets, in the ancient tongue of the elves. In the fall of the year 559, I transferred all of my knowledge and power into the infant, locking it deeply within him to manifest itself only when he reached physical maturity. Okay, I'm back. Now, hopefully there's no more phone calls. Okay, so might as well start from the top. Right. So, a brief history of the fall of Osroth, as told by the matriarch of Tirisfal. My name is Egwin, and for over 1,000 years I have wandered the realms of this world and endeavoured to safeguard the peoples of its lands against the ethereal powers of the great dark beyond. I have seen mighty kingdoms rise and fall. I have witnessed the deeds of high nobility and the lowliest of rabble both conspire to define the destiny of mankind. It has been only recently that I have regrettably become directly involved in the matters of men. For countless ages, it has been the charge of my order to shelter and protect mortal man from the mysteries of the great dark and the palpable, heinous evils of the realms beyond. To battle these dark forces of the twisting nether, we were given considerable power and longevity rivaling that of even the ancient elves. With this power came one grave burden. The guardian must not interfere with the affairs of men until the time comes when a successor must be chosen and the mantle of guardianship is passed to another. Thus did I, Egwin, last guardian of the Order of Tirisfal, judge that my time had come. 42 winters had passed since I first came to the kingdom of Azeroth in search of the conjurer Nelis Aran. It was he whom I had chosen to sire the heir of my powers. Nelis was exceptionally talented in the simple conjurative magics of men, and I believed that he would be the perfect mortal father for my child, and so he was. I gave birth to a son, and named him Medivh, or Keeper of Secrets, in the ancient tongue of the elves, in the fall of the year 559. I transferred all of my knowledge and power into the infant, locking it deeply within him to manifest itself only when he reached physical maturity. Believing that my work on this world was done, and seeing that my son would be cared for by Nelis's people, I wandered across the fields of time, preparing myself for the passing. I kept a distant, watchful eye on my son for much of his young life. I was assured that the deep-seated altruism of Tirisfal would guide him in his trials and temper his heart and mind as to make him worthy of the guardianship that was, I believed, his destiny. On the eve of the marking of his 13th birthday, the power locked deep inside of my son awakened. Unable to deal with the raw cosmic energies surging inside him, Medivh suffered a massive psychic trauma. He was pacified by the good clerics of the North Shire. They removed the youth to their sacred abbey and for 6 years tended to his all but comatose body. Eventually, Medivh awakened from his sleep, seemingly in full control of his faculties and powers, yet underneath the confident and most arrogant facade, I somehow knew that my son had become malevolent and corrupt. The wisdom and power that was his birthright had been perverted by distant forces within the twisting nether, altering the human part of his soul and marking him with its evil touch forever. It was not until the first wave of those wretched creatures known as the orcs thundered through the dark rift that I realized how incredibly dangerous my son had become. With his mastery over the arcane energies increasing almost by the moment, Medivh had set out to probe the extent of his ability to manipulate the world around him. Delving into the forbidden arts of necromancy, Medivh began to unravel the mysteries of life and death. He took to consorting with demons from the lower planes, using their powers to augment his own. His hunger for power became stronger, and with every minor success, Medivh fell ever deeper into the dark abyss of madness. He traveled far throughout the astral plane, exploring the infinite secrets of the great dark beyond. It was then, in the midst of swirling, chaotic hallucinations, that Medivh first encountered a world beyond his own and captured a glimpse of the aberrant, murderous denizens of that place. Here at last was the tool that Medivh had been searching for. Desirous of complete dominion over Azeroth, Medivh used the insights gained from the knowledge of Tirisfal to strike a bargain with Gul'dan the Warlock, the mightiest of the rulers, on the dark red world that haunted Medivh's visions. Communicating through deep trances and astral projection, Medivh told Gul'dan of an ancient tomb lost beneath the North Sea that contained power beyond imagination. It was to this tomb that I had banished the ancient demon lord Sargeras after a long and exhausting battle 800 years before. Even I cannot say whether or not the power of Sargeras remains entombed there. The promise of incredible power tapped from a true monarch of the underworld was enough to make the insatiable Gul'dan agree to do Medivh's bidding. Medivh agreed to furnish the location of the tomb of Sargeras to Gul'dan, as well as an entire world to conquer. In exchange for this gift, Medivh required the total destruction of the only force he believed capable of contending his ascendancy to power, the great kingdom of Azeroth. Thus, in the year 583, the first of Medivh's unnatural portals was opened between the world of Azeroth and the red world of the orcs. Although the time of my passing had drawn near, I travelled to Medivh's mystic tower to reason with him and attempt to dissuade him from a path that would surely lead to his own destruction. The power that was once of Tirisfal had become so twisted inside him that my pleas seemed as nothing. I fought with what energy remained in my weakened body, but having given all of my powers to him so long, I was easily defeated and banished from his sight. The arrival of Gul'dan and the Horde war chief Blackhand heralded a war that tore the realm of Azeroth asunder for nearly 5 years. The once rich lands of the kingdom were razed and fell fallow by the merciless orc armies. And yet, for all of his craft and guile, Medivh did not survive to see his plans come to fruition. My son was killed by a bold Azerothian raiding party who broke into his tower and slew him in the very room where he first made contact with the minions of the Horde. Even the great war chief Blackhand was eventually destroyed as his ultimate victory drew near, betrayed by his servant Orgrim Doomhammer. The greatest loss to the peoples of Azeroth came when King Lane, their benevolent and just ruler, was killed as Stormwind Keep fell under the siege and was overthrown by the orcish hordes. Only the valiant leadership of Anduin Lothar, knight-errant in the Brotherhood of the Horse and a hero in the war, allowed the survivors of Azeroth to escape from their decimated homeland with their lives. Even with Medivh and his vile magics gone, the portal continued to channel hundreds of orcs into the human lands every day. With the death of Blackhand, Orgrim was quick to seize control over the Blackrock clan, the most powerful orcish force on Azeroth, while others still vie for supremacy over the rest of the scattered orc clans. Gul'dan, the infamous warlock and chieftain of the Stormreaver clan, is rumoured to be amassing a great navy to find the legendary tomb of Sargeras for himself. Rend Rand and Mayhem, the barbarous sons of Blackhand, also have secured a strong following amongst the orcs, and hope to wrest ultimate control of the Horde away from the treacherous Doomhammer. Although other factions grow stronger within the chaotic Horde, it seems certain that all of the clans will follow Doomhammer's plans to hunt down and destroy the renegade humans of Azeroth wherever they choose to run. Lothar leads the exodus from Azeroth. The Alliance of Lord Arryn. With the arrival of the Azerothian refugees upon the shores of Lord Arryn, King Tyrannus formed a council of delegates from each of the 7 kingdoms under his rule, recounting terrible tales of destruction and carnage wrought by the orcish invaders in Azeroth. The steward, Lord Anduin Lothar, convinced the sovereign of Lord Arryn to unite themselves against this great threat. Despite much quarrelling and debate, the lords acquiesced to Lothar and Tyrannus and agreed to unite their armies under the general command of Lothar himself. As the shores of Lord Arryn had already been savaged by small bands of orc marauders, Lothar found a strong ally in his longtime friend Admiral Dalen Proudmoore of the seaside kingdom of Colteris. Thoros Trollbane, Lord of Stromgard, was also quick to offer his support to this newly forged alliance, sensing that time for glorious battle was at hand. These warriors were not the only ones to get ready for battle. As the Holy Writ commandeth that the whole armour of righteousness be worn in the war against evil, Alancus Full, abbot of the now destroyed Northshire Abbey, convinced the ecclesiastic ministers of Lord Arryn to gird their priests and followers alike with weapons of war. As the guardians took up swords of light to defend the heavens, so must the holy men of earth be prepared to combat the dark tide that was quickly approaching from the south. From the ancient subterranean halls of Khaz-Modan came the stoic dwarves of Ironforge, reporting that the orcs had already begun to assault their mountain kingdom. The dwarves offered their support in arms and ingenious technologies to the Alliance, who in turn assured them that the orcs would be driven back at all costs. The reclusive elves of Silvermoon ventured forth from the shadowy forests of Kel'Thalas to offer their services to the Alliance. Their magics, so closely tied to the forces of the earth, had shown evidence that the orcs had been defiling the very lands of Lord Arryn as part of their sinister plans. The ill-bred prejudice that had existed for eons amongst the 3 races was put aside, and a bond was formed between these ancient neighbours. This bond would become a force known across the whole of Lord Arryn as the Alliance. Thus united in arms against a common foe, the Alliance stands upon the shores of destiny and awaits the coming of the tides of darkness. Okay, so much space in that. Use a new page. Okay, so I want to write down like the the names of the clans and their color. Okay, so Alliance. Right, so we got Azeroth. Our leader is Okay, so Ozroth are blue. And their leader is Regent Lord Anduin Lothar. Nations of the Alliance, Azeroth. So that's their flag. It's a lion. So their nation's color is blue. Leader Regent Lord Anduin Lothar. Background: before the coming of the Age of Chaos, when the portal was first opened, the kingdom of Azeroth was the mightiest of all human nations. Ruled by the wise and just King Leon, Ozroth stood as a beacon of light and truth throughout the known world. After the First War, Azeroth and all of its lands were devastated by the Horde. With King Leon dead, Sir Lothar took charge of the shattered armies of Azeroth and led the survivors across the Great Sea to the shores of Lord Arryn. King Tyrannus, ruler of Lord Arryn, agreed to support the landless Azerothians. The people of Azeroth settled near the South Shore region of Lord Arryn, pledging their loyalty to the Alliance. Battle-hardened and brave, the last of the once great armies of Azeroth now seek retribution for the loss of their homeland. Okay, next we have Lord Arryn. Their color is white. And they're led by King Tyrannus. Okay. Ruled by the benevolent King Tyrannus, the nation of Lord Arryn stands as the last bastion of hope for humanity. The armies of Lord Arryn were the first to heed the call to arms issued by Sir Lothar and the people of Azeroth. As patron of the Alliance, King Tyrannus has assumed the heavy mantle of leadership to protect all who abide in his domain. The armies of Lord Arryn are deeply religious and are driven by the belief that humanity must stand steadfast against the blasphemous onslaught of the Horde. Okay, next, Stromgarde. Their color is red. They're led by Thoris Trollbane. Background: the kingdom of Stromgarde retains a strict martial philosophy, which makes it a highly regarded addition to the Alliance. Situated amongst the foothills of the Alterac Mountains, Stromgarde serves as a sentinel against any invasion across the orc-controlled borders of Khaz-Modan. Possessing a long history of warfare against the trolls, the warriors of Stromgarde are well prepared to engage in open combat with all enemies of humanity. Next we have Colteris. His color is green. Leader is Lord Admiral. Dalen Pridemore. Background. Before the First War, the far-ranging merchant ships of Kulteris made it the most prosperous nation in the known world when the orcs began to raid the coastal settlements of Lord Erin. Admiral Pridemore took it upon himself to construct an armada of warships at the behest of his long-time friend Anduin Lothar. Pridemore has pledged the assistance of his merchant nation to the Alliance. Okay. And then we've got Gilneas. His color is black. And they're led by Jen Gramian. Okay, background. Despite the impending Orcish invasion, Gilneas has remained separate from the alliance of Lord Erin. As ruler of one of the strongest human nations, Gen Gramian is convinced that his own armies can deal with any threat, and has therefore remained unmoved by Lord Lothar's pleas for unity. Despite this apparent disdain for the alliance, the denizens of Gilneas harbour no fondness for the orcs or their allies, and are prepared to meet them blade for blade. Dalaran, color violet. Dalaran, leader, the Kirin Tor. Background. Dalaran is a small magocratic nation ruled by a conclave of wizards known as the Kirin Tor. The capital of Dalaran is the Violet Citadel at Cross Island. This nexus of supernatural forces is home to the four great towers that are sanctum to many of the land's greatest sorcerers. The Kirin Tor are strong supporters of the Alliance, and to its cause have devoted the knowledge contained within their voluminous libraries as well as the power of their awesome magics. Alterac. His color is orange. Lord Perinold. Okay, background. Alterac is the weakest of the human nations and is only a minor contributor of troops and equipment to the Alliance. Although Lord Perinold praises Lothar and Taranis for their ongoing efforts, he is beset by the fear that when the Horde comes, the Alliance will fail, and only the surrender of his forces and his sovereignty will save the lives of his subjects. No, never surrender. That is a bad idea. Should always resist against aggressors and oppressors. Never surrender, and because that's a bad idea, because if you surrender, then thinking that maybe the enemy will feel sorry for you, or maybe you can prove your value to them. No, that's a foolish idea. because you can't. It's like what do you call him? First builder. You can't. What he said something at the end of First Builder's Day Off. Um, yeah, she was talking about Cameron, and he's like, she won't love him because you can't respect someone who kisses your ass. It just doesn't work that way, which is kind of true. So you can't respect someone who is like kissing your ass and surrendering. So surrender is a bad idea. Fight to the end. Pernold alone knows whether or not, when the final call to arms is sounded, Alterac will fight for its freedom alongside the other nations of the Alliance. Next, Alliance ground units. Peasants are trained from the hard-working and stout-hearted citizens that live in the numerous kingdoms of Lord Arran by mining gold and harvesting lumber to meet the ever-increasing needs of the fighting force, which must push back the unrelenting horde. They are the backbone of the Alliance, trained not only in the construction and maintenance of the myriad buildings found in every community, but also those necessary to wage war. They take great pride in the invaluable service they provide. Roused by tales of the orcish atrocities in Azeroth, these peasants have learned to use both pick and axe for their own defense if threatened. Footmen are the initial line of defense against the horde. Arrayed in hardened steel armor, they courageously wield broadsword and shield in hand-to-hand combat against their vile orcish foes. The valorous footmen are ever prepared to heed the call to arms. Elven Archer. Out of the mysterious forests of Kel'Thalas come the Elven Archers to aid the Alliance in its darkest hour. Descendants of the elder race of Lord Arran, these Sylvan woodsmen are unmatched in their use of the bow. Unencumbered by helm or heavy armor, archers are keen of eye and fleet of foot. These elves have long been embroiled in a bloody conflict with the hated trolls of Lord Arran, and are swift to let loose a rain of arrows upon any foe, including those that attack from the skies above. Elven Ranger. Rangers are a special cadre of elven archers who are intimately bound to the wildlands of Lord Arran. Their pursuit of mastery in longbow, marksmanship, and scouting make them more rugged and even deadlier than their brothers, traits for which they are greatly feared amongst their enemies. These secretive and elite warriors have never involved themselves in the affairs of humans, but when horde onslaughts threatened to destroy the elven homelands, they quickly offered their services to the Alliance. Although their numbers are few, their presence could change the course of the war if they are deployed wisely. Knight. The Knights of Lord Arran represent the fiercest fighting force in the armies of the Alliance. Protected by suits of heavy armor, they carry mighty warhammers with which to crush all who would threaten the freedom of their lands. Astride great war horses, these honourable and just warriors serve as a symbol of order to the peoples of Lord Arran in these dark and chaotic times. Having learned of the fate of the Knights of Azeroth suffered after the First War, they have sworn to both avenge their fallen brethren and free their homelands from the grip of the orcish hordes. Paladin. Paladins are a holy order of warriors whose purpose is to defend and shepherd the war-torn populace of Lord Arran. The Archbishop Alonsus Full perceived that the pious clerics of Northshire, who suffered such terrible attrition in the First War, were ill-suited for the dangers of combat. Along with many of the surviving clerics of Northshire, he sought those of only the greatest virtue among the knighthood of Lord Arran, and tutored them in the ways of magic. Led by the crusading Uthor Lightbringer, it now rests upon these paladins, christened the Knights of the Silver Hand, to heal the wounds sustained in combat and to restore faith in the promise of freedom from the orcish tyranny. Ballista. Ballista launch steel-tipped bolts to impale all in their path. As they acquire an awesome amount of force to be balanced upon their tremendous bowstrings, these machines of war are reinforced with lumber from the precious ironwood trees. The ballista, a product of human design and elven craftsmanship, is a symbol of the unity between all those who have allied themselves against the Horde. The dwarves proved to be another valuable ally in that they may be employed in design improved missiles which make the ballista the most devastating weapon of the Alliance. Mage. Once students of the Conjurers of Azeroth, this new order of mages have been forced to discover untapped magical forces to command in their war against the ruthless orcs. Although masters of their arts, the conjurers who fell during the First War were unprepared for the rigors of warfare. Determined to avoid a similar fate, the mages have undertaken a regimen equally demanding on body and soul, thus dedicating themselves to the command of more aggressive and destructive magics, whether in their sanctum at the Violet Citadel in Dalaran or on the many battlefields of Lord Aaron. The mages are resolute in their efforts to defend the people. Demolition Squad. From the deep subterranean halls of Gul'dan, the Dwarven Demolition Squads come to aid the Alliance in their crusade for the liberation of Gul'dan. As masters in the handling and arming of explosives, these squads are renowned for their ability to demolish any obstacle from a mighty wall to a bulwark of solid stone. Reckless and bold, these dwarves are zealous in their loyalty to the Alliance and would not hesitate to detonate their explosive payload should the situation turn grim. Alliance Air Units. Gnomish Flying Machine. The gnomes of Gul'dan have long offset their lack of physical strength with ingenuity and daring. As members of the Alliance, they have continued to display their talents by inventing and piloting the unbelievable flying machine. Although having no armaments, these awkward contraptions can be used to survey vast areas of terrain and detecting the otherwise hidden movements of underwater units, as all flying units can, making them invaluable for discovering the movements of the Horde. Griffin Rider. From the ominous and foreboding peaks of Northuron come the dwarven Griffin Riders, mounted upon their legendary beasts and wielding the mystic storm hammers forged deep within the secret chambers of their aviaries. These feral dwarves fear no enemy and rely upon no friend. They have allied themselves only with the elves of Kel'Thalas, distrusting both their dwarven cousins and the humans alike. When the call to battle is sounded, however, they can be counted upon to fight alongside any who oppose the Horde. Alliance Naval Units. Oil Tanker. As the only ships which do not require oil be built, oil tankers make possible the construction of the Alliance fleet. They are manned by hard-working, dependable mariners who search for the rich oil deposits which lie beneath the waves. The crew of every tanker is skilled in building oil platforms and ferrying the oil back to a shipyard or oil refinery where it may be processed and put to use. Elven Destroyer. Elven Destroyers are powerful warships from the fleets of Kel'Thalas, crewed with highly skilled elven seafarers. These swift-sailing vessels are prepared to engage the enemy wherever they may be found. Elven Destroyers constitute a critical part of the Alliance naval defense force, as they can unleash their firepower upon dreaded aerial forces of the Horde. Transport. Transports are a vital part of the Alliance war effort, for it is these sturdy vessels which allow troops to traverse various waterways to engage in battle. Designed to carry and deliver several ground units directly onto the shore, transports are slow and unarmed, and thus rely upon protection from destroyers and battleships. Battleship. The Alliance relies upon its great battleships to control the seas. These hulking behemoths possess armor and weaponry far greater than that of any other Alliance vessel. The combination of devastating weaponry and substantial armor that they brandish more than outweigh their somewhat slow speeds in waterborne combat. Gnomish submarine. The resourceful Gnomish inventors have designed an amazing craft known as the submarine. This watertight vessel can submerge beneath the waves and repetitiously keep watch on enemy forces above the surface. The Gnomish submarine is visible only to towers, aerial forces, and other vessels that move beneath the waves, using cunning and craft to carry out surprise attacks on more powerful enemies, makes the submarine an invaluable part of the Lord Erin Armada. Cool. Paladin spells. Holy Vision. As the spirit of mankind is everywhere, so the holy vision of the Paladin extends to all corners of the land. The area unveiled by this incantation grants the Paladin knowledge of the terrain and of all those who may dwell there. When this spell dims, the Paladin maintains knowledge of the lands he has seen, although he loses sight of the denizens in these lands. Healing. Aiding our brethren in times of pain and illness remains the fundamental concern of any within the Holy Order. By focusing his spiritual powers, the Paladin can heal those who have been wounded in battle. While only one being at a time may be healed in this fashion, it serves to replenish the strength and courage of all who strive for victory against the unfeeling orcs. Exorcism. Calling upon the force of light and purity, the Paladin is able to dispel the walking dead that plague the lands of Azeroth. Exorcism can be used to cause injury to entire groups of these undead terrors or to utterly eradicate a lone creature. These creatures of Hades seem to gain strength in numbers, thus the greater number of undead that are exorcised within a group, the less actual damage each undead will take. This act is extremely taxing upon the Paladin, making it necessary for him to observe a period of rest before once again invoking this great power. Mage spells. Lightning. The mages of Lord Erin have the ability to discharge lightning from their hands when entering into a melee. These swift bolts of energy strike their victims regardless of any armor they may wear. Being the simplest of nature's forces to command, lightning requires but a fraction of the caster's mana to employ. Fireball. Magics involving the cardinal elements of the universe are favorites of the mages. The fireball is launched from the palms of the mage and streaks like a comet blazing across the battlefield, slam its fiery bulk into whatever stands in its path. Flame Shield. Serving as both a weapon and a barrier, the Flame Shield is a binding of the chaotic force of fire to the aura of the chosen target. A twisting helix of fire that whirls about, the Flame Shield accompanies the one so enchanted wherever he may roam. Flame Shield will deliver damage to any grounded barrier that it comes into contact with. Slow. The mages of Lord Erin have been able to create a spell that hinders both movement and reflex by warping the very patterns of time that surround this target. Slow enables the caster to bring an enemy's offensive to a crawl. Time cannot be held in check by even the mightiest of mages, however, so the effects of this temporal shift cease as the power of the spell wanes. Invisibility. Gleaned from sacred tombs, rescued from the debris of Northshire Abbey, this spell grants the ability to cloud the perceptions of others so that they cannot perceive the physical existence of the caster's target. The individual is rendered invisible, may not perform any tasks such as attacking, harvesting, or spellcasting. Should the individual interact with his environment in any fashion more aggressive than simple movement, the invisibility will be dispelled and their personage shall be revealed. Blizzard, summoning torrential storms from the frozen mountains of North Erin. This potent spell calls down a fierce tempest of ice to assault the enemies of the mage with a flurry of cold blades. Blizzard can be cast over large portions of the battlefield, making it an extremely powerful spell when facing legions of orcish troops. Polymorph, perhaps the most fearsome of the mage spells, Polymorph alters the physical form of its target. The metamorphosis changes man to beast, forever warping both mind and body. This sorcery wholly transforms the victim into a creature of the wilds, thus losing their reasoning, making commands for direction or battle impossible. Although there is no counter for this spell, possessing a greater stamina does decrease the possibility of this enchantment taking effect. Lines Buildings, Town Hall. The Town Hall serves as a centre of the community and commerce of various towns and military outposts in Lord Erin. As the chief economic building in any settlement, these sites are equipped to process vital resources such as lumber and gold. The steady stream of peasants who laboriously harvest and transport resources makes for constant activity near the town hall. The training that peasants require to assist in the growth of their community is also given here. In time, the town hall may be improved and upgraded into a keep. Farm. Farms are a vital part of the many communities in Lord Erin, producing various grains and foodstuffs. Farms not only generate sustenance for peasants and workers, but for the armies as well. The overall amount of food produced from a town's farms is vital to the number of new workers or soldiers that the community can accommodate. It is imperative that this production be monitored at all times so that the population remains well fed and the town runs smoothly. Barracks. Barracks are large fortified structures that offer training and housing for the many warriors in the Alliance. An integral part of any defended community, the barracks foster unity and good will between the races. Human footmen live alongside elves and dwarves, all training together under one roof. The training of ballista crews and the construction of these war machines also take place within the barracks compound. Elven Lumber Mill. Seeking insight into the mysteries of the great ironwood trees of North Erin, the elves of Quel'Thalas instructed lumber mills where they became exceptional craftsmen. The elves offered their superior skills in service to the Alliance, providing more efficient means for processing lumber. The production of ships and war machines becomes possible with the addition of these structures. Lumber mills are also responsible for producing the perfectly crafted arrows that make the elven archers feared throughout the Horde. When given the necessary resources, elven craftsmen will upgrade the quality of these arrows, thus increasing the possible damage that can be inflicted. Elven rangers, after being trained at the barracks, have been known to gather at the mills, honing their skills in longbow, marksmanship, and scouting. Yikes. Whew, right. Maybe I shouldn't read every single thing, like. Okay, so blacksmith, obviously, we need that for, anything metal, weapons, shields, and even other buildings. Towers, and there's 3 types of towers: scout, guard, and cannon. Shipyard, which makes ships, of course. Then we've got the foundry, which we build that in order to create ship upgrades to cannons and the armor. Oil refinery, which allows us to collect more oil. Keep. In large and well-defended settlements, the keep replaces the town hall as the centre of commerce where peasants can deliver shipments of gold and lumber for processing. The artisans who dwell here have mastered means of better extracting the gold from the ore mined by the peasants, thus increasing the yield of mining operations. The keep is also a military structure protected by high granite walls, making it difficult to destroy. Advancing legions of orcish warriors force the Alliance to assign their elite troops, the Knights of Lord Erin and the mysterious Elven Rangers, only to such places where their presence will serve to deny the Horde further strategic gains. As control of these towers becomes more critical, the keep may need to be upgraded into a castle. Then we've got the stables, same as before, and then we've got church. And then I've got the Gnomish Inventor, Mage Tower, Griffin Aviary, and the castle. The mighty castles of Lord Aaron are the center of large military cities. As with the lesser keeps, peasants may bring gold and lumber here for judicious dispersal in order to sustain the war effort. These bastions against invasion are guarded by fortified battlements, making them virtually indestructible. The castle represents the strength of the peoples of the Alliance and their unyielding resolution to defend the whole of humanity against the orcish hordes. Okay, so human unit dependencies. Okay, so to make a peasant, you need the town hall makes a peasant, a barracks makes a footman. To make an elven archer, you need a barracks and a lumber mill. To train an elven ranger, you need a barracks, a lumber mill, and to upgrade town hall to keep. For a ballista, you need a barracks, lumber mill, and blacksmith. For a knight, you need a barracks, blacksmith, and stables. For a paladin, you need a barracks, blacksmith, stables, and church. For dwarven demolition, you need the Gnomish Inventor, and for the mage, you need a mage tower. For our units, the flying machine, you need Gnomish Inventor and a lumber mill. For the Griffin Rider, you need the Griffin Aviary. Then for naval units, for the oil tanker, you need a shipyard. For the destroyer, you need a shipyard. For the transport, you need a shipyard and a foundry. For the battleship, you need a shipyard and a foundry. And for the submarine, you need a shipyard and Gnomish Inventor. Human building dependencies. Okay, so so with the town hall, you can create. So at the beginning, you can create a town hall, barracks, farm, and blacksmith, and scout tower, and then you can create a lumber mill as well. Then there's walls, which is great out there, and the lumber mill can be upgraded. Alright, so you need a lumber mill in order to make a shipyard, and then you need a shipyard in order to make an oil refinery or foundry. The scout tower can be upgraded into can be upgraded to a cannon tower or a guard tower, but for the cannon tower you need a blacksmith as well, and then for a guard tower you need a lumber mill as well. Then the town hall can be upgraded to a keep, and the keep allows you to build stables and inventor. The keep can be upgraded to so before you can upgrade town hall to a keep, you need at least a barracks, and then to upgrade the keep to a castle, you need a lumber mill, blacksmith, and stable. Once you have a castle, you can build a church, Griffin Aviary, and a mage tower. Right, next, the history of Orcish ascension as told by Gul'dan, chieftain of the Stormreaver clan. The rise of the Shadow Council. Like an elemental force of havoc and destruction, we thundered through the lands of the Draenei, devastating all that we beheld. Not one life was spared, no building was left standing. The only traces of their existence were the blood-soaked fields they had worked for nearly 5,000 years, and the rank, acrid smell of the huge victory fires that consumed the bodies of their young. The Draenei were a weak people, hardly worth the effort of our raiding sweep. In the end, however, even these simple victories served to keep the inferior in their place. It has always been so with my kind. The savage, brutal tendencies of the masses are easily manipulated by those who hold true power. Power is the true force that drives the great destructive machine that is the Horde. Those who imagine themselves in possession of this power rally around their clan banners of violence, yet without a common foe, even the leaders of the orc clans blindly turn upon each other. The appetite for destruction that prevails amongst these fools drives the Horde. Might and might alone is honored above all things. I am Gul'dan, the greatest of all warlocks, and initiate of the seventh circle of the Shadow Council. No one knows the dark, burning allure of ultimate power better than I. In what passed as my youth, I studied orc magics through the tribal shaman of my clan. My natural talent for channeling the cold, negative energies of the twisting nether brought me notable standing amongst the other shaman, and I knew that even Ner'zhul, the greatest of my teachers, became jealous of me as my abilities grew ever stronger. My aspirations rose higher than those of my peers and masters alike, for I knew that the scope of their vision was limited by their devotion to the advancement of the Horde. I cared nothing for the Horde or its petty politics. I cared nothing for this world over which we had complete dominion. I cared only for the chance to fathom the spiraling mysteries of the great dark beyond. I had begun secret explorations of energies far beyond the scope of anything that my so-called tutors could possibly comprehend. It was at this time that I discovered a being of immense power, the demon Gul'dan. I was in awe of his heartless fury. To witness his awesome power was to be all but consumed. In the fleeting, fevered nightmares he brought me, I touched the essence of that which lies beyond. Within me, an unfathomable lust was sown, a desire to wield the fury of ethereal storms and to stand unscathed within the dying hearts of burning suns. Under the tutelage of Gul'dan, I realized how limited even my understanding had been. Untold histories of ancient demon races and primal magical dimensions were made known to me. I learned that there existed worlds without number, scattered throughout the darkness beyond the sky, worlds to which I might lead the Horde as only one of my abilities could. Though I remained with my people on the dark, red world of the Draenei, I soon learned to project myself into the depths of the twisting nether, being driven nearly mad by the whispering chaos contained therein. Although it seemed it would mean my death, I was irresistibly compelled to continue my sojourn until finally, unbound from my corporeal existence, I understood the whispers. It was then that I first spoke to the dead. Ancestral worship has long been at the heart of Orcish religion. While nearly all of the Orcish hordes believed that our dead elders watched and guided us from the depths of some lost realm of chaos, I believe this notion to be a product of ritual and not reality. Within the twisting nether, I discovered that the spirits of the dead do linger on, floating on the astral winds between worlds. I learned that they kept their endless, silent vigil over the clans in hope of finding some means of escape from their lifeless torment. I knew then that these spirits of the dead would be a useful tool for anyone who could bind them to his will. Years passed. My apprenticeship under Gul'dan had allowed me to become the most powerful warlock the clans had seen in many generations. My place within the Horde was as a respected leader, but as ever, tensions ran high amongst the clans. The destruction of the Draenei left nothing upon which the great beast of war could feed. After centuries of violence and warfare, we had finally conquered the whole of our world, with no enemies left to crush and no new lands to conquer. The clans had fallen into a state of utter anarchy. Minor disputes between clans led to open battle and massive bloodshed. Those chieftains who attempted to assume the position of overlord soon found themselves slaughtered by the ravenous legions of the disheartened horde. I knew that the time had come to claim the mantle of power that I had so long neglected. I quickly gathered together the few warlocks who had shown some spark of passion and desire to rise above the petty quarreling of the clans. To these warlocks I bestowed the knowledge of the dead by leading them in secret rituals and communing with the spirits of the twisting nether. Those who were incapable of channeling this power were destroyed. After a time, a pact was forged between the members of our circle and the dark spirits whose energies we had learned to invoke. I would use my place among the warlocks to shape the thoughts of others, while cloaked by a veil of secrecy, they would be immune to the caprices of the bloodthirsty masses. Thus did the Shadow Council come to be. Within a few short months, the Shadow Council had its hand in all of the important political matters within the Horde. Nothing occurred within the Horde that we did not know about, and many events took place by our design, so cleverly implemented that even the clan chieftains were oblivious to our manipulations. Before half a year had passed, we had assumed near total control of the inner workings of the Horde, yet behind all of our secret machinations there loomed the silent and ominous shadow of the demon Gul'dan. In pursuit of furthering our magical resources, I opened a new school of magical discipline that became known as necromancy. We began training young warlocks in the arcane mysteries of life and death. Again, with tutelage from the demon Gul'dan, these necrolytes. Gul'dan, the warlock. Delved into the dark arts, eventually gaining power enough to animate and control the bodies of the newly dead. Every victory, every success left me with an emptiness I could not fill. I came to realize that the Shadow Council could serve my purposes only to an extent, and thus I would require even greater power should I wish to become the true harbinger of our destiny. The Mastery of Forces, Medivh, and Blackhand. Things were well within the Horde, though the Shadow Council kept the warring clans pacified by the promise of escape from the dying world. I knew that this new order, much like the war against the Draenei, would provide only a brief respite if I could not find new lands for the orcs to conquer. My contemplation on this matter was disturbed late one night, when I was surprised by the sound of screams emanating from the warlock's tower. I arrived to find many of the apprentices locked in deep trances, their faces twisted into masks of pain. The warlocks, whom I questioned in detail, could tell me only that they had felt an unexplainable presence in their dreams. I returned to my stronghold, deeply puzzled by the fact that whatever it was that had contacted the warlocks had made no attempt to reach me. I sought the counsel of Gul'dan about this presence. He also was touched by this power, a power that was beyond any he had ever experienced before. Whether it was the image of a force so awesome that it could cause this baneful demon to actually feel fear, or my own trepidation, I fled, moving aimlessly through the twisting nether for what seemed an eternity. It was during my fevered flight that the presence finally made contact with me. It radiated untold power, but it lacked the emotionless control displayed by Gul'dan. My senses seemed to take control over the dread that had engulfed me, and my mind began to cipher and reason. I knew that if I could divine the desires of this force, no matter how powerful, I could use it to further my own ends. The presence identified itself as Mediv, a sorcerer from some far and distant world. We communicated not in words, but in a guarded joining of minds. His mind seemed boundless, but his thoughts moved so swiftly that it was difficult to learn anything from him. All the while, I knew that he was probing me, learning more and more about the orcs and our magic. I could never learn as much from him as he would from me, and I soon broke contact with him. I sought the counsel of Gul'dan, but he refused to answer the summons. Somehow, I knew that he had forsaken his students because he was afraid of this Mediv. I found myself again, doubting my skills. Could I contend with a being who could intimidate my own master? I continued to venture into the twisting nether for several weeks, all but forgetting the disturbance that had caused me to question myself. Then, one night, Mediv appeared to me in my dreams. Demon Gul'dan. Yikes. You fear me, for you do not understand me. See my world and understand your fear, then fear no more. I was powerless to resist what came next. Barren wastes, dark swamps, teeming with life, endless fields of emerald grasses, forests of magnificent trees, farmlands filled with rich harvests, villages of pride strong people. Images came, flashing much too quick to comprehend, and then something, a fleeting picture that left a longing stirring inside of my soul, buried deep within the ocean, dark and ruined, but still breathing, still pulsing with the lifeblood of the earth itself, an ancient power, ancient and terrible. I awoke. I embraced consciousness, knowing all along that the dream had been real. Mediv had shown me the wonders of his world, knowing that the horde would not be content until his world was ours. I met with the members of the Shadow Council concerning the visions that we had seen. Although there was much debate as to the true intentions of this Mediv, I informed the Shadow Council that a way to escape from our world would soon be ours. So that's how this all started. So there was so Mediv was a sorcerer from the human world, the human elf and dwarven world, and then Gul'dan was a sorcerer from this the orc world, and the orcs world was dying, I guess, because of their own thing. Then there was so these sorcerers delved in necromancy and was able to project their spirits into basically hell. And in the nether realm there was this demon called Gul'dan, and through this nether realm the sorcerers Mediv and Gul'dan were talking with each other and communicating, through their minds. Okay, so I met with the masters of the Shadow Council concerning the visions that we had seen. Although there was much debate as to the true intentions of this Mediv, I informed the Shadow Council that a way to escape from our world would soon be ours. I would seek the aid of Mediv in creating a way to get to his world, and then we would subjugate his race, as we had done to all others who stood before us. Although he had appeared to many warlocks with these images of a new and fertile world, we agreed to keep the knowledge of this enigmatic message to ourselves. Those warlocks outside the Shadow Council who had shared in the visions were killed. For if the secret were revealed before preparations were made, the horde would tear itself apart. Weeks passed with no word from Medivh. My attempts to contact him were fruitless. It was as if he had erased any trace of himself from the twisting nether. Some members of the council gave up any hope of the wizard ever returning. Then the rift appeared. It took considerable time to expand the rift enough to send the massive frame an orc through. The first scouts to return from the other side seemed to be driven completely mad by what they had seen. These early failures did not deter us, and subsequent quests confirmed the world beyond this rift appeared similar to what was depicted in our visions. With the combined powers of the Horde's warlock clans and the Shadow Council, we were able to enlarge the mysterious rift so as to create a portal. This portal was used to move a great number of orcs into this unknown land. A small outpost was quickly built on the other side of the rift, and orc scouts were sent to explore the surrounding areas. The agents of the Shadow Council reported that the denizens of this world were called humans, and their lands were known as Azeroth. We found that these humans were a weak race, farming their fields and living peacefully in the countryside. I feared that they would prove no more of a challenge than the Draenei, and would not appease the hunger of the orcish war machine for long. The clan chieftains, quickly swayed by their lust for power, blood, and war, agreed that it was time to leave this dying world and lay claim to the domains of Azeroth. While the Shadow Council kept close watch over the workings of the Horde, the masses looked to the clan chiefs as their leaders. Two chieftains arose who were well respected and feared by the various clans: Cho'Gall, the ogre mage of the Twilight's Hammer clan, and Kilrog Deadeye of the Bleeding Hollow clan. These powerful leaders were expected to direct the Horde to a swift and savage victory over the humans. Thus, as the Horde gradually channeled through the rift into Azeroth, Cho'Gall and Kilrog began to plan their assault against the human stronghold of Stormwind. The attack against Stormwind was catastrophic. Our armies, expecting to meet weak resistance, charged headlong into the enemy fortress. Surprisingly, the human soldiers held our forces at bay. Then they unleashed warriors mounted upon beasts of muscle and sinew to devastate our troops. The humans forced our troops to retreat back into the swamplands surrounding our outpost, and the portal were only by the invoking the shrouding mists of shadow were we able to escape. This decisive and humiliating defeat threw the Horde into chaos. Cho'Gall and Kilrog blamed each other's incompetence for the failure, and the orcs quickly polarized into factions that supported either chieftain. The Shadow Council desperately sought a remedy to the violence that was sure to follow, but the volatile nature of the orcs made it difficult to appeal to reason or wisdom. I realized that the Horde needed a strong leader that could unify the clans under his control and be kept in his place. Thus did I first learn of Blackhand the Destroyer. Blackhand, chieftain of the young Blackrock clan and a raider in the Sithgore arm, was well honored by most orcs within the Horde. More importantly, he was extremely lustful, and this made him easily corruptible. With help from the Shadow Council, I set the eager Blackhand upon the horned throne of the War Chief. To his credit, Blackhand was a ruthless dictator who inspired awe and terror from his warriors. While the Horde rallied under Blackhand and the other chieftains acquiesced control to him, it was I who dictated policy by blackmailing and bribing Blackhand. With Blackhand's ascension to War Chief, order was restored to the Horde. I was visited again by the visage of Medivh, who appeared more in control of his powers, but less in control of his mind. Petitioning the Horde to destroy the kingdom of Azeroth, but to make him ruler of its people, Medivh offered all manners of treasures and baubles to me. I assured him that his world was ours for the taking, and that he held nothing that could persuade the horde to do his bidding. His face broke into a wicked sneer as he proceeded to show me the image of an ancient tomb upon which was etched the name of the demon lord Sargeras, the tomb of Sargeras. The demon lord, who had instructed my own tutor, Gul'dan, was entombed upon this pathetic little world. Destiny had chosen to lay the hand upon my shoulders alone, for Gul'dan had told me that the lost tomb contained power absolute, enough to make any who could control it into a living god. Medivh pledged that he would grant me the location of the tomb if only I would use the horde to destroy his enemies. Thus the orcish hordes made war against the kingdom of Azeroth. The First War of Orcish Ascension. We took the lands of Azeroth from the humans and razed all that we surveyed. My personal assassin, Garona the half-orc, executed Azeroth's leader, King Lane, and returned his heart to me. Although the horde dominated Azeroth and the pathetic worms who defended it, my own plans were badly hampered. A small band of human warriors stormed Medivh's tower and engaged the insane sorcerer in direct combat. As his body was slashed and torn by the swords of Azeroth, Medivh began to transmit telepathic waves of trauma across the astral plane, which easily shattered even my formidable defenses. I attempted to reach into the sorcerer's mind and steal the location of the tomb from him directly, but before I could divest the location, Medivh was killed by the Azerothians. Having been inside his mind at the moment of his temporal death, I suffered a massive psychic backlash and fell into a catatonic state. Orgrim Doomhammer presents The Head of Blackhand. For weeks, I slept as if dead, closely guarded by my faithful warlocks. When I finally arose, I learned of the shift in the balance power within the horde. Blackhand had been killed. Without my magics and counseling to aid him, Blackhand fell prey to a surprise attack launched by one of his strongest and most trusted generals, Orgrim Doomhammer. Orgrim was quick to consolidate his power within the horde, justifying the assassination of Blackhand by securing false testimony that supported his claims of the destroyer's incompetence as war chief. It seemed that the hand of fate had struck me a harsh blow. Orgrim set out to uncover the inner workings of the horde, leaving no stone unturned. Eventually, his spies captured my servant Garona under intensive, agonizing torture, forced her to reveal the existence and location of the Shadow Council. She was weaker than I had expected. Suspecting that the Shadow Council was a threat to his control of the horde, Doomhammer led his Wolf Riders in a surprise attack against my citadel near the ruins of Stormwind Keep. The warlocks, caught unprepared by Orgrim's assault, held off the horde as long as their magics would last. Having no time to rest or replenish their energies, the warlocks fell before the wrath of Orgrim. In the end, the Doomhammer was victorious. Any surviving warlocks were branded as traitors to the horde. The public executions were effective in weakening my position and strengthening his. Okay. I was taken before Orgrim and questioned at length about my involvement with the Shadow Council, being greatly weakened by the backlash of Medivh's death, as well as the energies I had expended during the battle. I found that I was in no position to either threaten nor harm the war chief. Orgrim made it clear to me that the horde was under his control, and that he was not as easily swayed as his predecessor. The gleam in his eye and the steel at his side bespoke his intentions, that I would not be defeated so easily. While he may have held the upper hand, I reminded him that with the death of the warlocks, I was the last true sorcerer within the horde. Orgrim, made impudent by his victory agreed that perhaps I could prove useful, and agreed to let me live by his good graces. I silently vowed that he would one day take those words to his grave. Gul'dan submits to Doomhammer. Although his suspicions of me were never fully assuaged, I did succeed in convincing the war chief that the raiders were preparing to unite with the sons of Blackhand in a revolt against him. Although this claim was untrue, Orgrim was already suspicious of Rend and Maim, and so disbanded the multitude of wolf riders, sending them into the various arms of the Grunt forces. To demonstrate my loyalty to Orgrim and the Horde, I promised to create a host of undead riders that would be completely loyal to him alone. Although the Doomhammer did not fully trust me, the idea was sufficiently appealing, and so I was allowed to enter seclusion to create this new legion. Even with the aid of my necrolytes, I was unsuccessful in bringing forth this undead force. Failure and weakness were all that these minions could offer me, until I sensed that while their spirits were willing, it was the flesh that was weak. I summoned them to a great altar constructed of ironwood and blackroot, where, at the height of a black incantation, I took the lives of every last one of them. In the bloody wake of their executions, the necrolytes would then, at last, nourish my creation of the ultimate undead servant. Using what few resources I still controlled within the Horde, I acquired many of the long-dead corpses of the fallen knights of Azeroth. Into these twisted and decayed forms, I instilled the essence of the greater members of the Shadow Council, who were quite willing to return to the mortal plane to wreak terror and havoc once again. I furnished each of the Dark Riders a jeweled truncheon through which they could better focus the unearthly powers they would brandish. Into these jewels were infused the raw, necromantic magics of the freshly slain necrolytes. Thus were the Death Knights born. Orgrim Doomhammer was pleased with these Knights of Death. Although the spirits of the Shadow Council remained loyal to me, they feigned allegiance to the war chief. Orgrim was well satisfied with the realization of my promise, and allowed me to go about my own affairs. I will be patient and bide my time, pretending to be the faithful servant until the time comes to show this presumptuous, boisterous upstart who is greater between us. My designs to discover the tomb of Sargeras will still remain. I have assembled the Stormreaver clan to be my support when the season finally comes to strike back at Orgrim for his insolent crimes against me. That day draws near, and Doomhammer cannot know what terrors await him, for I am Gul'dan, I am darkness incarnate. I will not be denied. Okay, so now the clans of the Horde. Okay, so we got Blackrock clan. Their color is red. And they're led by Orgrim Doomhammer. Okay. Background. Although years of war have reduced their numbers, the Blackrock clan remains the strongest within the Horde. Ruled for many years by Blackhand the Destroyer, the Blackrock clan rose quickly in power and was responsible for numberless victories against the humans in the First War. Orgrim Doomhammer, known also as the Backstabber, assassinated the ruthless but careless Blackhand and named himself clan chieftain and war chief of the Horde. The Blackrock clan continues to dictate the course of the war, intimidating the lesser clans within the Horde into following Orgrim's lead. The forces of the Blackrock clan are fanatically loyal to the Doomhammer and will serve him with their lives. Domain is Black Rock Spire, Azeroth. Okay. Next is the Storm Reaver clan. Their color is blue. They're led by Gul'dan, the Warlock. So there's two necromancers who are responsible for the humans and orcs fighting each other. One is a human called Mediv, who is he's like half elf, half human, I guess. And then the other was Gul'dan. So Gul'dan is still alive. Mediv is dead, although his spirit is still out there somewhere. So he could be brought back to life, I guess, in the future. And then there's that demon, Gul'dan, and then there's another demon which is trapped in the human world, Sargeras. Right, so Storm Reaver clan, led by Gul'dan. Background: the Storm Reavers are a small but powerful clan whose origins are fixed in the history of the Horde since its coming to Azeroth. As the last of his kind, the warlock Gul'dan maintains absolute control over this clan. Gul'dan, who secretly ruled the Horde through his unwitting puppet Black Hand, has found that the shrewd Doomhammer harbours no trust or fondness for him. This forced Gul'dan to find the Storm Reavers in order to protect himself from any action Orgrim might take against him. With the support of his clan, Gul'dan intends to find the lost tomb of the demon lord Sargeras. It is legend that this tomb contains unimaginable power which Gul'dan means to possess. Domain: Stormwind, Azeroth, and Balor, Azeroth. Next, Twilight's Hammer clan. Their color is violet. Twilight's Hammer. Violet. Led by Cho'Gall. The Ogre Mage. Background: obsessed with the notion that the Horde is the harbinger of apocalyptic doom to all the lands that it ravages, the Twilight's Hammer feels a sacrosanct gratification in the destruction of all that it encounters. Led by the cunning ogre mage Cho'Gall, the Twilight's Hammer has strong ties to Gul'dan and the Storm Reaver clan. Its loyalty to the Horde is not as strong as its belief in its sacred mission of oblivion. Domain: Northshire, Azeroth. Blacktooth Grin clan. Color black. Blacktooth Grin. Color is black. Leader is Rend and Maim, Sons of Black Hand. Background. The Blackroot Grin clan was originally part of the Blackrock clan, but splintered off before the Horde's passing into Azeroth, after their father was deposed from his position as war chief by Orgrim Doomhammer. Rend and Mayhem decided to gain control over their own faction within the Horde without directly opposing the Doomhammer's ascension to power. The Blacktooth Grin, noted for its custom of each member knocking out one of his own teeth to symbolize his loyalty to the clan, is charged with the protection and preservation of the dreaded portal. The unity of the Blacktooth Grin may be this sorely tested should the opportunity arise for Rend and Mayhem to reclaim their father's station and avenge his death. Domain: the Black Morass, Azeroth. Next, Bleeding Hollow Clan. Colors are green. Okay, Bleeding Hollow. Green. Leader is Kilrog Deadeye. Background: the Bleeding Hollow clan was one of the largest in the Horde before passing into Azeroth. Led by the aged Kilrog, the Bleeding Hollow embodies the unrelenting savagery required for many long years of successful Orcish warfare. In accordance with their unequal performance in battle, they had been given the honor of safeguarding the refinement operations in the occupied lands of Khazmodan. A legend to the Blackrock clan, these veteran warriors place the needs of the Horde above all else. Domain: Ironforge, Khazmodan. Dragonmaw clan. Colors white. Yeah, so in each level we're like playing as a different color. So I'm just writing these down because I want to know like which clan I'm playing as, you know. Okay, so Dragonmaw are white. So they're led by Zulu Head. Zulu Head, the Wacked. Background: led by the shaman Zuluhead, the Dragonmaw clan is a small but elite faction within the Horde. With its legacy dating back into the time before the Warlocks, the Dragonmaw was quick to become one of Blackhand's strongest supporters in Azeroth. After his demise, the Dragonmaw honored its fealty to Blackhand by pledging itself into the service of his sons and the Blacktooth Grin. Using ritualistic magics dowered by the ancient shaman, the Dragonmaw clan was responsible for the capture of the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and the Horde's current subjugation of the dragons of Azeroth. Domain: Grim Batal, Khazmodan. And then Burning Blade. color is orange. Background: the Burning Blade is not a clan as much as it is an elemental force of nature. Chaotic and unpredictable, the Burning Blade is a brotherhood of demented orcs whose only objective is to raise and plunder with no regard for their own safety. This leaderless swarm is held in check by the ogres to be unleashed by the clans in times of urgent duress. The Burning Blade holds loyalty to no one and will attack any that they perceive to be a threat, even their fellow orcs. Domain nomadic. But there it says this leaderless swarm is held in check by the ogres. So then, yeah, the ogres would be the leaders, right? Okay. Might as well fold it. So I like to have them neatly folded. Yep. And I'll write on the other side when I get WarCraft 3. Okay. Ground units of the Orcish Horde. So we've got peons, same as the peasants really. Grunts, same as the footmen. Troll Axtor, same as they're similar to the Elven Archers. And then Troll Berserker, which is an upgrade from Axtor, same as the way as the Elven Rangers, an upgrade for the Elven Archer. Then we've got Ogres, and then Ogre Mages. So I think the Ogre Mages are an upgrade from the normal Ogres. And then we've got Catapults, Death Knights. These soldiers of darkness were created by Gul'dan to replace the slaughtered warlock clans, assembled from the corpses of the Knights of Azeroth slain in the last battles of the First War. These abominations were then instilled with the ethereal essence of the Shadow Council. Further empowered with magical energies culled from the slain necrolytes, the Death Knights wield an arsenal of necromantic and elemental spells that mete out all but certain death to the enemies of the Horde. And we've got Goblin Sappers. So they're like suicide bombers, same as the dwarves on the other side. Our units of the Horde: Goblin Zeppelin, dragons. Then naval units, we've got oil tankers, troll destroyers, and transports. And then we've got the juggernauts, ogre juggernauts, and giant turtles. Ogre mage spells: Eye of Kilrog, Bloodlust, runes. Death Knight spells: Touch of Darkness, Death Coil, Haste, Unholy Armor, Death and Decay, Whirlwind, Raise the Dead. Orc buildings: Pig Farm, Great Hall, Barracks, Troll Lumbermill, Blacksmith, Watchtower, Shipyard, Foundry, Oil Refinery, Stronghold, Ogre Mound, Altar of Storms, Goblin Alchemist, Temple of the Damned, Dragon Roost, Fortress. Requirements to make each unit and building. Okay. Alright, so here we go. This is like we won't need this one then. So this is the DLC part. This is the part we're on right now. So aftermath of the Second War. So this is what happened after the end of the Second War and before the beyond the dark portal, which we're in the middle of right now. Um, for long months, the forces of the Alliance worked to seek out the renegade orcs that had gone into hiding after the fall of the Dark Portal. The Blackrock, Dragonmaw, and Blacktooth Grin clans were captured by the Alliance and herded into guarded reserves and prison camps. While the leaders of the Alliance argued over what was to be done with them, Orgrim Doomhammer, the war chief of the Horde, was placed under arrest and kept as an honoured prisoner under the care of King Tyrannus of Lord Arryn. Some members of the Alliance pleaded that the orcs should be exterminated like animals, while others opted for a sentence of life imprisonment. Having discussed the obvious benefits of a treaty with Doomhammer, King Tyrannus fervently hoped that the orcs could be kept pacified long enough to eventually lose their lust for conquest. Thor's Trollbane of Stromgard and Jen Greyman of Gelnius both disagreed vehemently with Tyrannus, resolving that the orcs were too great a threat to leave alive. After months of debate and frustration, both leaders withdrew the support of their nations from the Alliance. Azeroth alone stood fast in its commitment to the Alliance. Even with the dynamic young Varian Rin seated upon Azeroth's throne, the distance between the kingdoms of Azeroth and Lord Arryn made their union a hollow one. Amid the strife that was slowly dissolving the Great Alliance, the fact remained that the once vast numbers of the Horde were no more. The Twilight's Hammer and Stormriver clans were decimated by their own brethren in civil wars that erupted during the war. The Burning Blade clan was routed and ultimately destroyed by troops under the command of Uthor Lightbringer during the final battle at the portal. Only the Bleeding Hollow clan was left unaccounted for, as the cunning Kilrog Deadeye managed to evade the best efforts of the Alliance to capture his clan. Elven scouts were placed on continual patrol within the Black Morass, searching for any sign of the renegade Bleeding Hollow. Suspended ominously above the Black Morass, a tear in the fabric of reality hung like a disembodied eye, keeping watch over the ruins of the Dark Portal. This rift was the remnants of the twisted wizard Medivh's original portal into Draenor, the dark red world from which the orcs passed into Azeroth. The Kirin Tor of Dalaran travelled to the lands overlooking the ruins on this site and constructed the citadel of Nethergard to serve as guardian should the rift ever open again. On the eve of summer in the year 606, a freak darkness swept across of the Black Morass. All attempts by the mages at Nethergard to probe into the darkness were futile, but they could sense that the rift was growing once more. Then, as if from a dream, the mages heard the sounds of a marching army, 100 strong. The sounds of armor and sword charged through the ruined portal, and then as quickly fell silent. The thunderous shrieks of dragons crying to the skies passed overhead, and then as suddenly disappeared into the gloom. Venomous, undead whispers, barely audible under the clash of metal plates, seemed to echo and repeat one phrase: "We will return." When the darkness lifted, the portal was visible once again. It illuminated the ruins as it always had, but the eerie light seemed to play tricks with the shadows. It was only upon closer inspection that the trampled mud that marked the passing of the Bleeding Hollow clan from Azeroth was found to be more than mere illusion. The Bleeding Hollow crossed over into Draenor and rejoined the old clans that had never seen the fields of Azeroth. To many, the warriors of the Bleeding Hollow were considered mighty heroes, as these orcs had been living in the human lands for over 30 years. Kilrog met with the elder shaman Ner'zhul, who now controlled the remaining clans in Draenor. The shaman ordered that the newly arrived Death Knights, Trolls, and Dragons were to be used by all of the clans in conjuncture. Ner'zhul also informed Kilrog of his plan to retrieve certain artifacts from Azeroth, as to open rifts into other worlds and take the orcish hordes to great victories beyond the dark portal. Kilrog leads the remnants of his clan through the portal. Legends of the Land, Draenor, the Alliance. Khadgar. Khadgar became a great hero in recognition for his valiant service and advice to the kingdom of Azeroth during the First War. On a quest to fathom the awesome magics required to create the Dark Portal, Khadgar travelled to Dalaran to discuss the origins of the gateway with the mysterious Kirin Tor. Khadgar then returned to Azeroth following the Second War to oversee the ongoing study of the ruined portal. Alaria, the elusive elven ranger known as Alaria, learned of the devastation of the horde could bring as she searched for the remains of her family amongst the ashes of the once glorious Kel'Thalas. Her all-consuming hatred for the orcs led her to Azeroth, where she leads an elite cadre of rangers to hunt down the remaining orc renegades of the Bleeding Hollow clan. Daneth, a veteran mercenary captain in the Stromgarde militia and hero of the Second War, Daneth made a name for himself as a great leader during the final battle for the liberation of Khazmodan. Daneth now resides at New Stormwind in Azeroth and acts as overseer of the camps that hold the orc captives. Turleon. Turleon was one of the first knights of Lord Aaron to be trained as a paladin by Uthor Lightbringer. Although Turleon is a firm believer that order can be maintained only through extreme martial discipline, he is honoured by his friends and foes alike. Turleon was among the forces that Lord Lothar led into ambush at Blackrock Spire and secretly harbours a deep regret of his inability to save the Great Knight. Kurdran, the proud and belligerent dwarf Kurdran, is one of the more notorious heroes of the Second War. Having slain 9 dragons throughout the course of the war, Kurdran and his griffin Skyrai retain their reputation as being undisputed masters of the skies. Kurdran works for the Alliance forces in Azeroth as a scout and warrior to this day. The Horde, Grom Hellscream. The mighty chieftain of the Warsong clan is as ferocious as his battle cry. Hellscream has long waited to venture into Azeroth and prove the dominance of the Warsong clan on the field of battle. Although Grom distrusts the shaman Ner'zhul, he will lead his clan screaming onto the fields of bloody death. Kargath Bladefist, a razor-sharp scythe setting in place of his severed left hand. Kargath is always willing to engage in frenzied combat. His ruthless tactics and single-mindedness have earned him the chieftainship of the feared Shattered Hand clan. Like Hellscream, Kargath waits only for the time his clan is unleashed upon the unsuspecting humans to engage in massive bloodshed. Terran Gorefiend. The ancient orc spirit of Gorefiend rides within the decaying body of this fallen knight of Azeroth. Malicious and extremely cunning, Gorefiend desires to open his own portal from Draenor and claim a world for his own. Although the wretched Death Knight has discerned the true magical nature of the Dark Portal, he would share the knowledge with Ner'zhul for a price. Dentarg. The ogre mage Dentarg is a valued servant of Ner'zhul and the Shadowmoon clan. Dentarg is often called upon to rally support from wayward clans and put them back in line should they oppose Ner'zhul's absolute rule. Deathwing, second in power to only Alexstrasza herself, Deathwing is one of the greatest terrors of the known world. During the Second War, goblin alchemists adhered plates of adamantine steel to the black dragon. This made the great beast virtually invulnerable to almost any physical attack. Deathwing has taken control of a group of renegade dragons and roosts with them upon his mountain in the northeast of Draenor. Clans of Draenor. Shadowmoon clan are the black. Oh. Whoops. Okay, so okay, Shadow Moon Clan. Their color is black. They're led by Ner'zhul. The shaman. And we got Warsong. Warsong Clan. Their color is red. They're led by Grom Hellscream. And we got Shattered Hand Clan. Shattered Hand. Their color is white. And they're led by Korgoth. Korgoth Bleedfist. And then Bleeding Hollow. Orange. Led by Kilrog. Kilrog Deadeye. So Kilrog Deadeye, he was... Alright, so he still leads the Bleeding Hollow clan, but they've changed color from green to orange. Interesting. Okay, so Shadow Moon Clan, led by Ner'zhul the Shaman. Their color is black. The nefarious Shadow Moon Clan rules over the scattered clans of Draenor. Although the clans Draenor do not maintain the unity of the Horde in Azeroth, Ner'zhul keeps these houses subjugated through fear and brute force. The Shadow Moon is heavily influenced by ancient shamanistic principles and exemplifies the raw power of the dark orcish magics. Warsong Clan, led by Grom Hellscream, color red, ripping into every combat crying epic battle hymns of blood and death. The Warsong Clan is the most distinguishable of the Draenor clans, led by the ravenous Grom Hellscream. The Warsong Clan awaits Ner'zhul's order to invade Azeroth and bathe in the blood of their enemies. Bathe in the blood of your enemies? That sounds a bit... I don't think I would bathe in a bath full of blood, like. Sounds a bit gross. But to each their own, I guess. Shattered Hand Clan, leader Korgoth Bladefist, color white, as those of the Blacktooth Gwyn clan, the members of the Shattered Hand practice the rituals of self-mutilation to demonstrate their loyalty to the clan. Yeah, that's disgusting. Oh, I'm going to prove my loyalty to the clan by chopping my own hand off. Well, at least it's a hand that they have to mutilate their own hand. But really, that will be really how are they gonna? Wouldn't they be able to fight better if they had both hands? Yeah. Oh well. Orcs who rise to the status of warrior within the clan offer their left hands to be broken or completely removed. Their ruined stumps are often replaced by some sort of crude weapon or tool. Ah. So they chop their hand off and then replace it with like what, a spike or something. Well, okay. Better them than me. Okay, Bleeding Hollow Clan, leader led by Kilrog Deadeye. Oh, that's 3 Gs. Color orange. This clan has achieved legendary status for battling the forces of Azeroth through both the First and Second Wars. Kilrog was able to avoid capture by the Alliance after the defeat of the Horde in the Second War, and with the help of Ner'zhul was able to lead his clan back to the safety of Draenor. The Bleeding Hollow now serves Ner'zhul and will stop at nothing to bring his dark plans to fruition. Okay, so the orcs are from a world called Draenor. And the human world is called Azeroth. Okay, next. Thunderlord clan. Their color is violet. They're led by Fenris, the Destroyer. The Thunderlord clan has strong ties to both the Blackrock and Lightning's Blade clans. Orgrim Doomhammer, former war chief of the Horde in Azeroth, rose to power through the Thunderlord clan. Fenris, captain of the remaining Wolf Riders and chieftain of the Thunderlords, is eager to lead his clan to glorious battle in the human hands. There we go. So Fenris the Hunter is leader of the Thundercunts, or Thunderlord clan. So next is Laughing Skull clan, led by Mogor the Ogre, and their color is yellow. Okay, Laughing Skull. Mogor the Ogre. The Moros Laughing Skull is perhaps the most treacherous of all the clans. Feeling a kinship to thievery and assassination, the warriors of the Laughing Skull are distrusted by many of their fellow orcs. Although the loyalty of those in the Laughing Skull are questionable, the skill and audacity of their minions are unequaled. Bone Chewer clan. Their color is green. led by Tegar Spinebreaker. Okay. The ravaging, cannibalistic warriors of the Bone Chewer clan are well respected by the rest of the Horde, ornamenting themselves with the broken bones and ruined organs of their enemies. The Bone Chewers inspire fear and terror in all who behold them in battle. Okay, and then there's Draenor, the Red Worlds. And there we've got the Devouring Sea, Shadow Moon Clan, Fortress Shadow Moon, the Bone Wastes, Bleeding Hollow Clan, Fortress Gul'dan. I think we did a fight there before. Bone Chewers Clan, Shattered Hand Clan, Warsong Clan, Thunder Lord Clan, Hellfire Citadel, Hellfire. I think there's a place called that in Dublin. Hellfire. Yeah, that's right. There is a Hellfire Club in Dublin. I think it was like a club for is like a cult or something for the rich, involving, murders and devil worship and all that. See, Hellfire Peninsula, Dark Portal, Seth Kerr, Deathwing Lair, Warsong Clan, Laughing Skull Clan, and Blades Edge Mountains. Okay. Interesting. And then the credits and the end. Fantastic. Clues. And then we can close this one. Yep. There we go. Back to the game. So I don't need to do any more reading until we get to WarCraft 3. It's a good day to die. On screen. Right, so probably have to hurry up then. Right, so Khadgar.
Well, move it.
Who's
Alaria,
there? I must.
And Kurdran will survive. Right, so I need to get destroy Deathwing on his lair. So the whites are Shattered Hand. So they're the Shattered Hand clan. And then we've got the reds, who are the Warsong clan. We've got the greens, who are the Bone Chewer clan. And
At your
humans,
service.
we've got the blues, who are the Azeroth, the
Hello?
oranges are Alterok, and then the purples or violets are Dalaran. Okay. three Deathwing monsters. Which one is Deathwing again?
Who's there?
Follow me.
Set sail.
Aye, aye, sir.
Set sail.
Aye, Captain.
Skipper.
Aye, Captain.
Underway. Skipper.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, Captain. Set sail.
Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Skipper. Aye, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Yes, what is it? If I must. All right, all right. Yes. Yes. All right, all right. Yes. If I must. If I must. All right, all right. All right, all right. Yes. If I must. Yes. If I must. If I must. If I must. What is it? Okay. Hello. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Okay. Yes. Righto.
Exalted One? Yes.
Oh. All right.
Job's done. Job's done.
Aye, laddie. Aye, laddie. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Job's done. Hello. Yes, me lord. What is it? Okay. What is it? Yes, me lord. Yes. Okay. Hello. If I must. if I must. Job's done. Hello. Yes, me lord. Job's done. Yes. Righto. Job's done, me lord. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve, me lord. Yes, me lord. Job's done. Ready to serve. What is it? Yes, me lord. All right. Yes. Righto. Ready to serve. Yes. All right. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Job's done. All right. Righto. Hello. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve, me lord. Okay. Okay. Job's done, me lord. Yes, me lord. Okay. Yes, me lord. Okay. Job's done. Yes? Okay.
Aye, Captain. Underway. Work completed. Set sail? Aye, Captain. Aye, aye,
Job's
sir.
done.
Aye, aye, sir. Set sail? Set sail? Underway. Work completed.
Yes? Yes, me lord.
Captain on the bridge. Skipper? Set sail? Underway. Captain on the bridge.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Work completed.
What is it? Okay. Hello. Okay. Righto.
Captain on
Who's
the
there?
bridge.
If I must. All right, all right.
Yes.
All right, all right.
What is it? Alright. Hello. Yes, me lord. Hello. Righto. Yes, me lord.
Set sail. Aye, Captain.
Who's there? If I must. All right, all right.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. 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 Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. 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 Aye, Captain.
What is it? Righto.
Skipper?
Yes? All right. Yes, me lord.
Aye, Captain? Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Skipper? Captain on the bridge. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Skipper?
What? Move it. Let's go. Move it. Follow me. Let's go. Move it. Move it. Let's go. Move it. Let's go. Move it. Let's go. Let's go. Move it. Let's go.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Set sail? Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir.
What is it? All right. Hello. All right.
Who's there? Yes. If I must. All right, all right. If I must. If I must. Yes. All right, all right. Yes. All right, all right. All right, all right. If I must. Yes. All right, all right. Yes. Yes. If I must. All right, all
Work
right.
completed.
If I must. All right, all right.
Your Majesty, we move. In your name.
Hello?
Hello. All right.
Yes, what is it? Yes. If I must. Hello? All right, all right. If I must.
Well, follow me.
Exalted
Yes.
One?
Well, move it. Let's go.
Your wish? Move out.
Who's there? Yes.
Well, let's go.
My sovereign? Yes. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. By your command. Yes. By your command. Yes. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. Yes. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. Move out. For the Alliance. Move out. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. By your command. Yes. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. Yes. By your command. For the Alliance. Move out. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. Yes. 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 Move out. Move out. By your command. By your command. Yes.
What ho we move? For the king.
Aye. Yes, sir. All right.
Victory.
Seeking out the artifacts needed to seal the rift has given the Horde time to mount a strike against us. A great Orcish armada threatens the coasts that you have captured, and the armies of the Alliance have been hard-pressed on many fronts. Our only chance for victory now lies in obtaining the Book of Medivh. All knowledge of the portal rests in the keeping of Ner'zhul and his Order of Death Knights at the Fortress of Shadowmoon. You must storm and raze the strongholds that guard the coastline of his lands, so that our forces may be brought to bear in an effort to isolate and destroy his cursed sanctuary.
Level 8. Coast of Bones. Seeking out the artifacts needed to seal the rift has given the Horde time to mount a strike against us. A great Orcish armada threatens the coast that you have captured, and the armies of the Alliance have been hard-pressed on many fronts. Our only chance for victory now lies in obtaining the Book of Medivh. All knowledge of the portal rests in the keeping of Ner'zhul and his Order of Death Knights at the Fortress of Shadowmoon. You must storm and raze the strongholds that guard the coastline of his lands, so that our forces may be brought to bear in an effort to isolate and destroy his cursed sanctuary. Destroy all enemy forces. Okay, so we are the blues, which is Ozroth, and then we're fighting against the yellows, which is the Laughing Skull gang, Laughing Skull clan, whites, which are Shattered Hand clan. Exactly, they're supposed to have one hand, one arm missing. Yeah, he's got both of his hands. So I guess he hasn't proven his loyalty yet. Oh well. And then there's the purples. Got it. We're Thunderlord. Okay, destroy all enemies. So I guess it has to be to the west there.
Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain? Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Set sail?
Yes? Yes, me lord.
Your Majesty. Your name.
What do you want?
Skipper? 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 Aye, Captain? Your orders? At once, sire. Set sail, under way. Aye, Captain. Set sail. Aye, aye, sir. Under way. Under way.
What do you want? Aye, laddie.
Aye, Captain. Skipper. Under way.
Och. Aye, laddie. Aye, laddie.
As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes. Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes. At once, sire. Yes. As you wish. As you wish. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Under way.
Yes? Righto. Okay. Me lord? Okay. Me lord? Alright. Alright. Hello. Yes, me lord.
At your service. Your honor.
Yes? At once, sire. Aye, Captain. Under way.
Job's done. What is it? Yes, me lord. Yes? Righto. What is it? Righto. Hello. Alright. Yes? Righto.
Aye, Captain.
Exalted One. For the Alliance.
Sire. Defending your honor.
Skipper. Under way. Aye, Captain. Aye, sir. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Under way. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye,
Job's
sir.
done.
Under way. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Under way. Aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. 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 Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Set sail? Aye, Captain.
Yes? Okay.
Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Set sail? Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Underway.
We move, Your Majesty. We move.
Job's done.
Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. We move. Defending your honor. For the king. In your name. For the king. In your name. Defending your honor. We move in your name. We move. In your name. For the king. We move. For the king. For the king. For the king. In your name. We move.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway.
Me lord. Righto. Job's done. Hello. Okay.
Skipper? Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Job's done.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. At your service. Yes. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Skipper. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Skipper. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Set sail. Underway. 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 Aye, aye, sir. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. 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 Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Underway. Skipper? Aye, Captain. Underway.
What is it? Alright.
Skipper? Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, sir. Skipper? Aye, aye, sir. Underway.
At your service. In your name. We move. Defending your honor in your name.
Job's done.
We move. We move. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. In your name. Defending your honor. For the king. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. In your name. We move. In your name. We move. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. In your name. In your name, we move. In your name. For the king. In your name.
Victory.
The towering spires of Shadowmoon reach upwards as obsidian blades to cleave the hostile amber skies above. The corrupt heart of the mighty shaman's power is within reach. Press your attack, and the Bane of Ner'zhul and his Order of Death Knights will be wiped from the face of Draenor forever. By destroying this dark fortress and claiming the Book of Medivh, Khadgar will be able to close the rift, and Azeroth will be rid of the Orcish hordes once and for all.
Level 9, The Heart of Evil. The towering spires of Shadowmoon reach upwards as obsidian blades to cleave the hostile amber skies above. The corporate heart of the mighty shaman's power is within reach. Press your attack, and the Bane of Ner'zhul and his Order of Death Knights will be wiped from the face of Draenor forever. By destroying this dark fortress and claiming the Book of Medivh, Khadgar will be able to close the rift, and Azeroth will be rid of the Orcish hordes once and for all. Objectives: destroy the Shadowmoon Fortress, Black, raise Ner'zhul's mystic sanctum. See if you're getting
We are under attack.
Good idea. On screen. Right. So to go after the blacks. Black Fortress. Defeat the oranges. Greens. Okay.
Exalted One? Exalted One? Yes. For the Alliance. Yes.
What is it? Very well.
Hello. Righto.
Your wish? By your command.
What is it? Alright. Yes? What is it? Alright.
Your Eminence. By your command.
What is it?
Job's done.
My sovereign. Move out.
Sire,
What is it? Hello. Yes, me lord. Yes? Okay. Me lord. Righto. Job's done. Yes? Yes, me lord. Job's done. What is it? Righto. Job's done. What is it? Okay. Job's done. Me lord. Okay. Job's done. Hello. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Yes. Okay. Okay. Job's done. Ready to serve. Me lord. Okay. Hello. Righto. Righto. Ready to serve. Hello. Alright.
We are under attack.
Your Eminence, move out. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Yes. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. Yes. By your command. Yes. Move out. By your command. Yes. Yes. By your command. By your command. Move out. Yes. By your command. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance. By your command. Move out. By your command. Yes. By your command. Move out. Move out. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. By your command. By your command. Move out. Yes. By your command. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. By your command. For the Alliance.
At your service. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. We move. What ho? We move.
Your request? All right.
My sovereign. My sovereign.
What is it? Okay. Job's done. Yes. Alright.
Exalted One. By your command.
Job's done. Me lord. Alright. Okay. Job's done. What is it? Yes, me lord.
My sovereign. For the Alliance. Yes. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance. By your command. For the Alliance. Yes. Yes. Move out. By your command.
Work completed.
Move out.
Job's done.
For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance. By your command. Move out.
Righto. Okay.
My lord? Yes, my lord. Yes. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord.
Job's done.
At once, sire. Yes. As you wish. At once, sire.
By your command.
Me lord. Okay. Alright. What is it? Yes, me lord. Me lord. Hello. Alright. Job's done. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Okay. Hello. Yes, me lord. Righto. Okay.
We are under attack. Yes, sire. At once, sire.
Job's done. Hello. Okay. What is it? Alright. What is it? Okay. Yes? Alright. Righto. Job's done. Job's done.
Work completed.
Job's done. Job's done. Hello. Yes, me lord. Me lord. Yes, me lord.
We are under attack.
Yes? Righto. What is it? Righto. Hello. Me lord? Yes? What is Alright. Okay. Hello. Okay. Alright. Me lord? Yes, me lord. What is it? Yes, me lord. Yes, yes, me lord. What is it? Okay.
At your service, defending your honor.
Exalted One, by your command. Move out. Move out. Move out. By your command. Yes. By your command. Move out. Move out. Yes.
We are under attack.
Move out. Move out. By your command. By your command. Move out. By your command. Your Eminence. By your command. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. By your command.
At your service.
Your Eminence. By your command. By your command. Move out. For the Alliance.
Sire, your name.
My sovereign? Yes. Yes.
move. Defending your honor. What ho? In your name. We move. Defending your honor. We move. In your name. We move. In your name. Defending your honor. We move. Defending your honor. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. In your name. For the king. We move. For the king. We move.
Yes? Yes, me lord.
Your Majesty. We move.
We are under attack.
In your name. Defending your honor. In your name. Defending your honor. Defending your honor.
Work complete. Work complete.
For the king.
God's done.
We move. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. In your name. We move. We move. In your name. In your name. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. For the king. In your name. For the king. For the king. For the king. In your name. For the king. For the king. In your name. We move. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. In your name. For the king. We move. We move. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. For the king. We move. For the king. In your name.
Whoop. Act 4. Measure of Honor.
Although the fortress of Ner'zhul has been destroyed and the Death Knight scattered, neither the Shaman nor the Book of Medivh has been found. As Khadgar and Terralion use their magics to search the ruins for some clue as to the location of the mystic tome, a gnomish flying machine descends, bringing news from the Hellfire Peninsula and the portal. A multitude of orcs have laid siege to the fortifications at Hellfire. Although the attacking warriors are not well equipped, their sheer numbers may spell the downfall of our forces there. You must take command of the Alliance armies at Hellfire and break the siege before our troops are pushed back through the dark portal. We must withstand their charge long enough for the Book of Medivh to be recovered and the rift forever sealed.
Level 10. Siege of the Vanguard. Although the fortress of Ner'zhul has been destroyed and the Death Knights scattered, neither the Shaman nor the Book of Medivh has been found, as Khadgar and Turalion use their magics to search the ruins for some clue as to the location of the Mystic Tomb. A Nomus flying machine descends, bringing news from the Hellfire Peninsula and the portal. A multitude of orcs have laid siege to the fortifications at Hellfire. Although the attacking warriors are not well equipped, their sheer numbers may spell the downfall of our forces there. You must take command of the Alliance armies at Hellfire and break the siege before our troops are pushed back through the dark portal. We must withstand their charge long enough for the Book of Medivh to be recovered and the rift forever sealed. Objectives: hold out until the besieging orcs retreat. All your heroes must survive the siege. Never pet a burning dog. Okay, hold out until the besieging orcs retreat. All your heroes must survive the siege.
Your command? Yes.
Pressure then.
Yes, lad?
These are the heroes.
Okay.
Red, Cardron, and Skyrim.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, what is it? All right, all right.
Command me.
Turalion,
Bring it on.
Donna,
Who's there?
Khadgar,
Well,
Valeria.
I?
Okay.
Work completed.
Yes? All right. What is
All
it?
right.
Hello.
All right.
Me lord?
Sire.
Hello. Okay. Yes? Okay. Job's done. Yes? Okay. Righto. Yes? Ready to serve. All right.
Work completed.
Me lord? Okay. Job's done. Yes? Righto. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Me lord. Okay. Righto.
What do you want? Yes, sir.
Ready to serve.
All right.
Hello. Yes, me lord. Yes, me lord. Ready to serve. Yes. All right. All right.
Work completed. Work completed. My lord? Yes. Yes.
Job's done. Hello. Yes. Yes, me lord.
Work completed. Work completed.
Job's done. Yes.
Work completed.
Yes, me lord. Job's done. Me lord. Okay.
Work completed.
Your Majesty.
Your command.
Job's
Your
done.
Eminence. Move out. Your Eminence. Yes. Exalted One.
What is it? As you wish.
Your wish.
Hello. Yes, me lord.
Deo gratias.
Job's done.
Your Eminence. Move
Work
out.
completed.
Your Majesty.
Unemare valema dus.
Work completed.
Deo gratias.
Exalted One. By your command. For the Alliance. By your command. Move out. By your command. For the Alliance.
Work completed.
Yes. 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 By your command.
Work completed.
By your command. Yes. By your command. By your command. Yes. Yes. Move out. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. By your command. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. Yes. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Yes. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. By your command. By your command. By your command. For the Alliance. By your command. Move out. Move out. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Yes. For the Alliance. By your command. By your command. the Alliance. Yes. Yes. Move out. Move out. Move out. For the Alliance. By your command. Yes. For the Alliance. By your command. By your command. Yes. Yes. By your command. For the Alliance. Yes. Yes. By your command. Move out. Yes. Move out. By your command. Move out. For the Alliance. Move out. By your command. By your command. For the Alliance. Yes. Move out. By your command. By your command. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. By your command.
Hello. All right. Okay.
Your wish? By your command.
Me lord. Yes, me lord.
Unemare valema dus. Deo gratias.
Work completed.
Unemare valema
Job's
dus.
done. Job's done. Hello. Okay. Okay. All right. Me lord. Righto. Yes, me lord. Job's done. Job's done. Yes. Righto.
Captain on the bridge. Aye, Captain. Underway. Captain on
Job's
the bridge.
done.
Skipper.
Yes. Righto. Yes. Okay. Job's done.
Captain on the bridge. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Set sail. Aye, aye,
Work
sir.
completed.
Me lord. Righto.
Exalted One, for the Alliance. For the Alliance. Your Eminence. By your command.
Job's done. Hello. Okay.
Your wish? Yes, by your command.
What is it? Yes, me lord.
Oh dear.
Job's done.
Exalted One. For the Alliance. Move out. Your Eminence.
Sire, In your name. What ho? In your name.
Yes, sire. Yes.
Your wish? For the Alliance.
Captain on the bridge. Set sail. Underway. Work completed.
My sovereign, move out.
Set sail. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Aye, aye, sir.
My sovereign, for the Alliance. Yes. Move out, by your command. For the Alliance. Move out. Yes. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. By your command. By your command. Move out.
What ho? For the king.
Skipper. Underway. Underway. Aye, Captain. Underway. Aye, Captain.
Your wish? Yes. Move out. By your command. Move out. Move out. For the Alliance. Move out. Move out. By your command. By your command. By your command. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. Move out. For the Alliance. For the Alliance. By your command. Move out. Yes. 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 For the Alliance. By your command. Move out. Yes.
Work completed.
By your command.
Victory.
You have proven your strength in battle, but none can stand against the combined might of the Horde. We of the Laughing Skull Clan, however, seek advantage from the turmoil of this war. With the aid of your strongest warriors, our clan can gain dominance over the northern clans of Draenor. Do not show surprise, human. Only the strongest survive within the Horde. You must secure the passes across the Blade's Edge Mountains and destroy the stronghold of the Thunderlord clan that dwell there. We will supply you with warriors and supplies culled from our villages. In return, we will give you the Book of Medivh, which we seized from Nerzul's stronghold before your armies could destroy it.
Level 11. Dance of the Laughing Skull. You have proven your strength in battle, but none can stand against the combined might of the Horde. We of the Laughing Skull Clan, however, seek advantage from the turmoil of this war. With the aid of your strongest warriors, our clan can gain dominance over the northern clans of Draenor. Do not show surprise, human. Only the strongest survive within the Horde. You must secure the passes across the Blade's Edge Mountains and destroy the stronghold of the Thunderlord clan that dwell there. We will supply you with warriors and supplies culled from our villages. In return, we will give you the Book of Medivh, which we seized from Nerzul's stronghold before your armies could destroy it. Objectives: destroy all enemy forces. All your heroes must survive. It is a good day to die.
Your Majesty.
Okay. I'm back. Right. Destroy all enemy forces. All your heroes must survive.
Hello?
So that's the people in red that I need to protect. The only enemies that the only enemies that are really a danger are those mages from there. And the only ones who can make those are these guys. Looks like they haven't made any yet. So I need to get over there. And take out the purples first.
Who's there? If I must. Yes.
Hello? Follow me.
Orders, Sire Lothar. At your service, defending your honor. What ho? In your name. Defending your honor. For the king. We move. Defending your honor. We move. For the king.
Alright, so they're...
At your service, defending your honor. Defending your honor. For the king. In your name. For the king. In your name. In your name. In your name. In your name. Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. Huh? Gul'dan. Your Majesty. In your name. In your name. For the king. Defending your honor. Lord Amu. Zug. Swobu. Gul'dan. Zug. Sire. For the king. Okay. Work complete. Who'd you want me to kill? Okay. You the boss. Zug. Zug. Gul'dan. It's over. Gul'dan. Work complete. Itak Swobu. Itak Gul'dan. Dabu. Ready to work. Huh? Zug zug. Eat duck. Ready to work. Eat duck. Swobu. Zug dog. Swobu. Work complete. Eat duck. Taboo. Work complete. Swobu. Zug zug. Gloptar. Swobu. Eat Gloptar. Zug zug. Your Majesty, for the king, your name. For the king. Work complete. Huh? Zug zug. Ready to work. Huh? Zug zug. Work complete. Ready to work. Gloptar. Huh? Gloptar. Ready to work. Dabu. Glortuk. Swobu. Sire King. Work complete. In your name, we move. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. For the king. Defending your honor. In your name. your service.
Of course, my king. For Lothar. For Lothar. Yes, what if I must.
Well, let's go.
Hello? All right, all right.
Lord Duke. Zug Zug. Sire. In your name. Work complete. What ho? Defending your honor. Work complete. We move. We move. Work complete. Lothar. Sire, defending your honor. In your name. In your name. Work complete. Lothar. Work complete. Huh? Zug Zug. Work complete. Work complete. They're destroying our city! Look, Lothar! Work complete. Slobo. Work complete. What ho? For the king. At your service. Defending your honor. For the king. Defending your honor. We move. We move.
What happened here?
In your name. For the king. In your name. Work complete. In your name. For the king. We move. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. For the king. Huh? Zug Zug. Gul'dan. At your service. For the king. Your name. In your name. In your name. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. In your name. For the king. For the king. In your name. Your name. We move. For the king. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. Defending your honor. We move. Your name. We move. Defending your honor. In your name. Lord Zug Zug. Gobu. Gobu. Work complete. Huh? Dabu. Zug Zug. Work complete. Work complete. Dog Dog. Gobu. Work complete. Work complete. Huh? Work complete. Ritak. Swobu. Zug Zug. What ho? Work complete. Defending your honor.
Victory. Okay. One.
Khadgar has discovered that although the Book of Medivh was stolen from Ner'zhul, the ancient shaman has learned enough of its secrets to conjure his darkest spell. Over the blood-red skies of Draenor, huge dimensional rifts appear, crackling with the cosmic energy of the twisting nether. Alaria's scouts report that Ner'zhul and his followers escaped through the largest of the new rifts as Draenor felt the first of its death throes. The tremendous energies emitted from the converging rifts have succeeded in breaking down the fabric of reality in Draenor, unleashing massive earthquakes and tidal waves upon its shores. Unless the Dark Portal is closed on both worlds, Azeroth will be subject to an enormous backlash of energy resulting from Draenor's catastrophic discorporation. Using the combined powers of the Book of Medivh and the Skull of Gul'dan, you must return Khadgar to the Dark Portal and seal the rift between Azeroth and the doomed world of Draenor forever.
Forever. Okay. Level 12. The bitter taste of victory. Khadgar has discovered that although the Book of Medivh was stolen from Ner'zhul, the ancient shaman has learned enough of its secrets to conjure his darkest spell. Over the blood-red skies of Draenor, huge dimensional rifts appear, crackling with the cosmic energy of the twisting nether. Alaria's scouts report that Ner'zhul and his followers escaped through the largest of the new rifts as Draenor felt the first of its death throes. The tremendous energies emitted from the converging rifts have succeeded in breaking down the fabric of reality in Draenor, unleashing massive earthquakes and tidal waves upon its shores. Unless the Dark Portal is closed on both worlds, Azeroth will be subject to an enormous backlash of energy resulting from Draenor's catastrophic discorporation. Using the combined powers of the Book of Medivh and the Skull of Gul'dan, you must return Khadgar to the Dark Portal and seal the rift between Azeroth and the doomed world of Draenor forever. Objectives: destroy the Dark Portal. Only Khadgar can destroy the portal. Khadgar must survive. It is good.
The town is under attack.
Move out. By your command, move out.
What is it? Me lord? Yes, me lord. Yes. Okay. Hello. Righto. Ready to serve. Yes, yes, me lord. What is it? Yes, me lord. Yes. Righto.
Yes, as you wish. At
Ready
once,
to
sire.
serve. Hello. Righto. What is Righto. It? Me lord. Righto.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Ready to
At
serve.
once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes. As you wish. As you wish. Once, sire. As you wish. At once, sire. At once, sire. Yes. At once, sire. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes. Yes. As you wish. Yes, my lord.
Hello? Move it.
I am at your service.
Yes, lad. Okay. Yes, what is it? I must.
Bring it on. Step aside, Junior.
At your service. At once, sire. Your orders? At once, sire.
What do you want? Yes, sir.
Yes, sire. Yes.
What?
My lord. At once, sire. Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. As you wish. At once, sire. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
Bring it on.
Who's there?
Hello. Okay. Ready to serve. Yes? All right. What is it? Righto.
Unemare valema dus.
Ready to serve.
Deo gratias.
What is it?
Yes? All right. What is it? Righto. Hello.
Work completed.
Okay.
Work completed.
Job's done. Me lord. All right. me lord. Righto.
Work completed. Work completed. Yes? At once, sire. Yes, my lord.
Job's done.
Yes, my lord. 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 As you wish. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes, as you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes. Work completed. Work yes, completed. At once, sire. Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes. At once, sire. Yes. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes. Yes. As you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes. Yes. Yes.
What is it? Okay.
Yes, sire. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, yes. As you wish. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes, as you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes, as you wish. Yes, my lord. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Yes. As you wish. At once, sire. As you wish. As you wish. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Yes. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes. As you wish. Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. As you wish. As you wish. Yes, my lord. Your orders? At once, sire. Yes.
What? Draw steel, boys.
Yes, sire. At once, sire. As you wish. Yes, my lord. At once, sire. As you wish. At once, sire. Yes. Yes. As you wish.
Me lord.
Who's there? If I must. If I must.
Work completed. Work completed.
Victory.
As the flames die to embers and the arcane energies that once bound two worlds slowly fade, the dark portal crumbles into dust as its powers subside and dissolve. The finality of what has been done here becomes manifest. The moment is shattered as volcanoes erupt in fiery fury, as the earth begins to shake beneath your feet. The world of Draenor is dying. Khadgar motions towards the remaining rifts created by Ner'zhul and beckons you to follow him. The warriors of Azeroth under your command gaze upon the rifts with uncertainty, but to remain would be suicide. Knowing that their beloved Azeroth is safe from harm, they gather up weapons and wounded companions alike as you lead them into the swirling, unknown reaches of the twisting Nether.
Well, that was fun. 11 hours and 10 minutes. Well, the stream wouldn't have been that long if, the day wasn't full of like interruptions. Okay, so that's the human companion done. Campaign done for Beyond the Dark Portal. Next will be the Orc campaign. I'll start that tomorrow. And then once the Orc campaign is finished. I'll move on to WarCraft 3. And then after WarCraft 3 will be StarCraft. And then StarCraft 2. And then after StarCraft 2, I'll do Command and Conquer series, or I'll try to at least, with cheats, of course. Yep. Credits are always cool because it shows how many people were involved in the game's production. Quite a lot there. And they're a mix of different countries and backgrounds too. That's great. See, English names, German, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. this gonna go on for? This is back in the 90s. Yeah, so back then it took less people to make games, but as you can see, there it was still a lot. Although they probably updated it for the remaster there. I think I'll just skip past it. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's the human campaign finished. I'm going to stop the stream and get some sleep, and then hopefully tomorrow I can start the orc campaign and then have WarCraft 2 finished. Yep, so that was fun.